Lich's Desire by Celeste King.
A woman who wants revenge.
And a beast more than willing to give it to her.
This story takes place in a fantasy world unlike any other.
The Worlds of Protheka.
A vast universe with countless races, cultures and stories to be told.
If you don't want to wait for them to come to YouTube,
or you want the ad-free, unabridged versions,
go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Armed with discount code YouTube30, you can win 30% off of any digital product on the site.
That means audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles too.
You're listening to Celeste King's Lich's Desire. Chapter 1. Hannah. You're going to earn your wings soon enough. Zathex's words linger tediously in my mind as I make the long walk home. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I huff out a breath as I continue. Surely, if you ever need more of my help, you know where to find me. I grimace, remembering the look the Zafan gave me while I gulped down my water. Zathex is supposed to be a mentor, a guide, and perhaps even a friend as I navigate the treacherous journey of earning my wings. Soon enough, I will stand tall and proud as white wings extend from my back, elevating my status from mere human to hard-working Zafan. My father won't have to work as hard anymore. Our family name will be synonymous with wealth, status, and fortune. But it won't be because of that bastard Zathex, that's for sure. As I near the human settlement along the western edge of New Solace, I suck in a deep breath and sigh loudly. Evening draws near. My father works tirelessly in his greenhouse, providing fresh fruits and vegetables for our human neighbours at a modest rate. He loves his work, and he's well loved as a result, but his small complaints of an aching back and stiff hands concern me. Whenever I look at him, I understand quickly where I've inherited my work ethic. He and I are so similar, especially when it comes to our looks. Green eyes, black hair, slender builds. Everything I have, I owe it all to my father. I'll make you proud, Dad, I whisper, already seeing our small house in the distance. Earlier today, I told him not to worry about dinner, but those illuminated windows make it clear that he's still up, probably making a stew of some kind. Indeed, I pass through the threshold of our small home to breathe in the smell of herbs and vegetables. Dad stirs at the pot on the stove, throwing in ingredients and tasting now and then. He perks up once he notices me. "Hannah, my dear," he says. He drops his spoon, wrings his hands on his apron, and hurries over. When he embraces me, I'm encapsulated by the smell of musk, sweat, and aromatic spices. "How are you? You seem a bit tired." "Yeah," I whisper, allowing my small bag to fall from my aching shoulder. "Training was rough today." "Well, you're in luck," my dad replies, patting my cheek before hurrying back to the stove. "I'm making a bisque. You liked the last one I made, so I decided to make it again." The thing about his cooking is that he doesn't write down the recipes. He only remembers the general structure of the dish, so he doesn't know the precise measurements or exact ingredients he uses from one dish to another. Even still, the food ends up delicious every time. "Thank you." I let out a small groan as I plop into the dining room chair. There's only two for the two of us. "I'm close to earning my wings. Soon enough, you'll have all the food in the world at your disposal." "Oh, my dear, there's no need to be gluttonous. We have all that we need right here." "Sure, but—" I tilt my head at my father as he scoops some bisque into a small bowl. "Don't you wish we could live above our means sometimes? We'd be able to afford the best silks, the best meats, the best tasting milk and creams across all of Erasak. We'd live even better than the Zafan in their glittering castles." My dad laughs, sending me a look. The wrinkles around his eyes and mouth are prominent. "Why would I want to live better than the Zafans? To earn their ire?" he asks, perking a brow. He makes his way over to give me my plate before heading back to the stove to serve himself. "They're selfish, Hannah. They will never think humans are their equals. That's why we get the scraps in this settlement while the rest of New Solace prospers," I poke at the vegetables floating in my orange soup with a fork. Once I get my wings, things will be different. I'm sure they will be, he replies, taking the seat across from me. His cheery disposition always makes my worries and doubts ebb away. But if you're only driven by money, then that's no way to go. You have to love what you do, my dear. Now. My dad claps his hands. Dig in and tell me what you think. Just as expected, my first taste of the bisque fills my mouth with amazing flavour. Delicious as always, Dad. I'm so glad. I played around with the ingredients this time. Dad spoons a few eager bites into his mouth before pausing to look at me. As much as I enjoy the flavours, I don't have as much enthusiasm behind my movements. I take a moment to ruminate on his words, especially his remark about loving what I do. Like all the other humans in the training camp, I want to earn my wings. I want to be as esteemed as the Zaphans, but at the same time, I'm wearing myself down to the bone to do so. And at the same time, I have to deal with the disgusting treatment of some Zaphans, like Zathex, who would rather see me as a piece of meat than a person with thoughts and emotions. Or ambitions, dreams of my own. A lummy for your thoughts? My dad asks with a grin. You seem more tired than usual today. You're hardly eating your food. Did you get hurt during training? No, not at all. Did someone hurt you? No. I shake my head, but thoughts of Zathex come to the forefront. The stupid Zaphan and his white wings with blue undertones. If I could rip those off of him and put them on my own back to wear, I would. Don't be silly. No one can hurt me while I'm in the training camp. Then, my dad perks a brow. He sets aside his spoon and folds his hands over the table. Are you sure nothing's bothering you? You know you can speak to me about whatever is on your mind, right? I know that, Dad. I do, but sometimes I don't want to bother you with my little problems. You have enough on your plate as it is. That's where you're wrong. One day when you have kids of your own, you'll understand me better. But right now, I would never brush off your problems and worries, and I would never act as if my problems are somehow worse than yours. Smiling slightly, I know that my dad means his words. He's an honourable man, one who sleeps soundly at night knowing that he's done right by others. Still, I have my reservations about telling him about Zathex. This isn't a situation he can do anything about, unfortunately. I'll put that annoying bastard in his place one of these days. Once I get my wings, maybe. I guess I've been more stressed out because of the increased amount of training we've been going through. The final candidates are getting whipped into shape so that they're completely ready to receive their wings. My dad nods, listening intently. This should be an exciting time for you then. Exciting and exhausting all at once. I slurp down some soup. Sitting back and smelling the aroma instead of eating makes my stomach complain loudly. Thank you for the soup, Dad. You've made my night 1,000 times better. Dad takes out an old rag and wipes his mouth with it. His knuckles are calloused, and old scars dance across his skin. I have to show you what the greenhouse looks like nowadays. It's truly incredible. Do you remember Josiah, Marnie's boy? He's taken up an interest in gardening as well. I hope to teach him some tricks soon. The thought of a younger boy following my dad around the greenhouse warms my heart. A small part of me wishes that it could be me assisting him wherever he goes, but the circumstances don't allow that. I have to be the one to drag us out of poverty. It doesn't matter if I destroy my body in the process. My dad will have a better life for himself. I'll make sure of it. Oh, Mum. I wonder how different our lives would be had you lived a little longer. Maybe then I wouldn't have to work so hard to get my Zaphan wings. Maybe I'd have a bakery in the settlement or even a clothing store. In my daydreams, I imagine myself spinning threads to make the finest silk across all of New Solace. Zaphans, nymphs, fae, everyone would line up outside of my shop to buy their clothes. There you go again, my dad jokes. His bowl sits empty, while mine still rests with most of the bisque. Lost in your thoughts like always. You know, your mother used to do that a lot. Then I must have got that from her. That would make a lot of sense, and that intense stubbornness and desire to succeed comes from her too. Dad gathers his plate and brings it over to the faucet to wash. Meanwhile, I do my best to eat every last drop of bisque. I don't like wasting food, especially when my dad's hands were the ones who made the dish. By the time I'm done, he clears the table and guides me outside to our porch. He hands me a small cup of meadowmint tea as he tells me stories about his youth before he settled in New Solace. Every now and then, as my father's words wander in my mind, I stare up at the night sky and think, he deserves a good future, and so do I.
Chapter 2. Kazrith. Stupid Xaphans, I mutter. All this talk about new Solas and they can't even bother to clear their roads? One of my hands clutches the reins that control my two Zarans, who dutifully haul my trading carriage along the narrow roads that lead to the new Sola's trading hub. My other hand sneaks out from underneath me, manipulating the shadows cast down by the sunlight. Curling my fingers, the shadows begin to move as I want them to. Usually I can create claws or wings that act as extensions of my body. This time around, a dagger shapes itself out of the darkness, which then cuts through the lousy shrubbery that blocks my Zarans from passing through. I don't stop slashing at the plants until there's a wide enough space for my Zarans and carriage to pass through. When I'm done, my shadow dagger retracts until it takes the original form of the shrub's shadow once more. Then we pass through with ease. The journey from Ioth can be long and treacherous, and those Galfins don't have the courtesy to make the voyage any easier for me, I say aloud, with no one but my two Zarans to hear me. They neigh and shake their heads on occasion. One day they'll come to respect us demons. We'll be as rich as they are. In fact, that's precisely what I'm on my way to do. I've created an up-and-coming business for myself on Ioth, reselling valuable stones and items I amassed during my travels to other continents. The politics on other continents are quite precarious right now, so New Solace has become my most frequent visit. Once there, I don't stop until I fill my carriage with precious goods to take back with me to Ioth. Then I resell at exuberant rates, sweetening the ears for any potential buyer that walks past the threshold of my store. I'm quite honest most of the time. Bloodstones, Nyman beans, Pyrian peppers, Ecthelian caviar, whisper quartz, and more. These are not easy things to come by. However, paying 2 nodals for a bag of Nyman beans could raise some brows. Thankfully, I usually seal the deal before those brows have a chance to move. Soon enough, my wealth will be enough to send me into the upper echelons of Ioth society. All of Arasak will know my name, and they'll know I'm a demon who does not wince at a good business deal. Pini, Zinni, do you know where I can find the fangs of a Shozu crowned serpent? It's a highly coveted item in Ioth, you see, used in potions and for blood magic rituals. The beasts keep hauling my carriage along. It gets lonely on these travels. Perhaps one day I'll have enough money to take you back to Ioth with me. The Zarans neigh softly as we continue on our way. Just as the sun starts its gradual descent towards the horizon, I see an old friend in the distance. Vrask, a Sikalia with just as much ambition for wealth as I have. On land, he stands on his legs, but tentacles extend out of his back, arms, and neck. The tentacles squelch from the excessive moisture continuously oozing from his pores. His green skin matches the hue of the gillyweed I hope to barter from him. "Took you long enough, Kazrith," he calls out to me, beckoning my Zarans over with a hand. He reaches out to run his sticky hand along my beast, who shies away from his touch. "Don't bother her," I retort. "She's had a long journey." "Ah, you've cozied up with the Zarans too? Soon enough you'll have the Xaphans hanging from your arms." I scoff at the mere thought of a Xaphan trying to get into my good graces. I'll cut the wings off of a Xaphan with my shadows if one dares to talk to me for too long. "Not yet." Vrask holds up a hand. "We have some trading to do. After that, feel free. Have you forgotten all of the lessons in patience I've given you?" Dismounting from my carriage seat, I laugh aloud. "That's rich coming from you. You threatened to cut the arm off a Selkie the last time it crossed you." Vrask waves away my remark. One day you'll understand why. That Selkie didn't want to give me what I was owed. He all but deserved that treatment. Taking my Zarans by the reins, Vrask and I walk toward the bustling trading hub that rests along the outskirts of New Solace. Bustling, loud, and cluttered, the trading hub features merchants from across Arasak who come to earn a quick nodal or two. I plan to stay at a tavern here for a few days, amassing as many items as I can before returning to Ioth. Vrask plans to help me, but he wants part of the profit I make from reselling my goods. Petty bastard. That's what I get for dealing with a Sekelia. Have you fared well during your journey? Vrask asks. My well-being isn't his top priority, of course. He just wants to know if I'm up for a night of drinking at the closest tavern. That's where I talk up the fellow patrons while he sticks his tentacles into pockets, pulling out whatever sticks onto his skin. Good enough. But the Xaphen have increased their tax on the port when you arrive. Did you know that? They've upped it to 2 nodals now instead of just 1. Vrask snorts loudly, shaking his head. Some water hits my face because of his tentacles, and I don't do much to hide the grimace that follows. I think that's just the tax they impose on demons who come to port. Our fee is still a nodal. Bastards. They need all the nodals they can get to pay for those pretty castles, Vrask replies with a shrug. Business is business. You should know that by now. Of course I do, and I also know that the Xaphens would rather Ioth get swallowed into the sea. One day I'll make them eat the disparaging comments they make about demons. I'll strip the wealth from their buildings and haul it all back to Ioth if I have to. Just as Vrask aims to pull me into a tavern for a mug of amaranth, I pause and gaze at the auction house across the way. Demons walk in with their prideful strides, pockets full of nodals and novas to buy humans on sale. Usually the Xaphens auction the pathetic creatures for incredible prices. I just don't understand it. Kazrith. Vrask joins my side again. The fool had already sauntered inside, hoping to get a good drink and a good pickpocketing session in. What are you still doing out here? Don't tell me you're ogling a human. I'll rip your tongue out if you accuse me like that again, I reply firmly, giving him a sharp glare. Vrask rolls his eyes. I'm only taking in the beautiful views New Solace has to offer. With a gesture, I point out the disgusting tuskrams that a Xaphen hauls around by the horns. The creatures are stout, 4-legged, and pot-bellied. Their reddish-pink skin is marred by the crappy soil they like to roll around in, and they smell like death if you get too close. Not too far from that, there are a few humans chained at the wrists, following a Xaphen that leads them to the auction house. Their heads are bowed and the bones jut out from underneath their skin. It's a depressing sight for those who actually care about the well-being of humans. Around us, traders and customers go about their business as if nothing is wrong. Truly, they have better things to do than to worry about human slaves about to be sold. Yes, here you go again with your speech about the discrepancy between the trading hub and the rest of the city. Save the tirade for the Xaphens inside, yeah? Vrask nudges me by the arm. I have half a mind to materialize another shadow dagger to hold against his throat for hurrying me along like I'm his servant. But it's better not to attract wandering eyes in a place like this. With a bored expression, I turn to face him. Will you pay for the drinks this time around? Sure, whatever. Just come on. Vrask ducks inside the establishment just as a matron demon bumps into me as she walks past me. She eyes me up and down, grinning wide. What's a pretty Volvoth like you doing in a place like this? She asks. One of her tentacles reaches out to caress my chin. Surely you'd like to spend a night at the pleasure house down the road. We've got a few cute humans tonight. I know how popular they are nowadays. I'm not interested. That's enough to make her sneer at me as she continues on her way, perhaps to the pleasure house she just mentioned. It's incredible how easily demons can be distracted by material pleasures, like the soft body of a human. None of them have ambition like I do. None of them dream of achieving wealth that will last for generations. Instead, they want to warm their beds with a bunch of humans. Disgust doesn't even begin to describe my feelings about that. With a small sigh, I retreat into the establishment before Vrask makes a scene. The green-skinned Cicalia never disappoints at turning a quick profit in a place like this, but I have to act as a distraction. So I approach the bar and ask for a mug of amaranth. Then I turn towards the Zephyr next to me, who grumbles loudly at my appearance. I believe I've seen you before. Care to repeat your name? I begin. Screw off, demon. I know your type. In my peripheral vision, Vrask sends me a nod. We're in for a successful night indeed.
Chapter 3. Hannah. The water douses my blazing skin, cold and rejuvenating. I pour the liquid from the faucet into my palm and toss that water back into my face. The cold bites at my skin, but my sore muscles need the chill. There are only a few days left until the grand ceremony where a few select trainees like me are finally given their wings. It's a momentous event. Humans and Zaphans attend to congratulate the finalists, and each is given enough nodals to bring their families out of poverty. My dad won't have to work long, grueling hours to provide for us anymore. He'll be able to garden as a hobby, as a passion project, instead of a job to survive on. I let out a deep exhale as the water rests against my skin. Another training day draws to a close. Thankfully, it was pretty uneventful. That's the way it should be. I can't afford to be distracted during such an important time. But the deep laugh that comes from behind me seems to have different plans. You were incredible back there in the sparring session, Zathex says, approaching me with a smug smile. I stiffen up considerably with his presence. How do you do it? I have never seen another human quite like you. Averting my gaze, I hitch my bag farther up my shoulder and start for the nearest training camp exit. My legs ache from sparring, but Zathex's presence makes me forget about that altogether. With my heart in my ears, I know that I have to get out of here. It comes naturally to me, I say simply. I can hear him behind me, following my steps. I hear they're serving a fabulous dinner at the Mentor facilities. Humans don't get that sort of treatment. Why don't you head there? Because I wanted to catch you before you left, of course. Did you really think I would let you go that easily? I swallow down the knot that forms at the back of my throat. Something about that comment seems sinister, but maybe I'm overthinking things. Regardless, Zathex just intensified my desire to leave tenfold. I'm close to the exit. I just have to. Why are you ignoring me, Hannah? I don't like to be ignored. I shake my head, disliking his brusque tone. I have nothing left to say. I'm going home. Good night. Don't walk away from me. Zathex reaches out and grabs my wrist, caressing my cheek unprompted. I gasp and shove him inadvertently, skin burning from the shame. Stop it, I tell him, clenching my fists. How many times have I told you this? I don't want to be with you. You're just a mentor, nothing more. For a moment, he stays quiet. At that, I breathe a silent sigh of relief. My pace quickens as I head for the exit. Maybe he's finally taken the hint. There are so many other Zaphans he could pursue. Why is he so fixated on me? I'm not interested in romance. My ambitions don't leave room for that. To my surprise, Zathex hasn't left. Instead, my rejection has only made him more persistent. He grabs me by the waist and turns me around forcefully. As I try to shove him away, his grip tightens on my arms. Why are you so stubborn? He asks, shaking me by the shoulders. You could have everything if you dropped this act and decided to be with me. I'd give you all the nodals in the world. All the jewels, gems, food, whatever you wanted. No! He'll hurt me if he backs me into a corner. He'll strike me down if he gets me alone. The fear coursing through my body makes me act irrationally. There's a small dagger in my right pocket, a remainder from a training session where we practiced disarming an attacker. Reaching for it, I unsheath it and drag the blade across the length of his forearm quickly. Zathex shoves me away as he howls out in pain. In a frenzied panic, I dart away as fast as I can. My feet slam against the ground loudly as I desperately make my escape, clutching onto my bag as I sprint away from the training camp. The ache in my muscles disappears completely as pure adrenaline takes over. I can't think straight, I can hardly see clearly, and my heart beats erratically against my chest. Every time I glance over my shoulder, I anticipate Zathex's looming presence to come and tackle me to the ground. He's one of the fastest Zaphans around. Once I'm far enough away from the training camp, I finally come to a sudden halt. The muscle ache across my body soon returns, and I'm struck with the gravity of the situation. That piece of... I hardly have the breath to finish the sentence. Sweat trails down my forehead and cheeks, soaking the hem of my shirt. Damn! If I were to report what happened, no one would believe me. The last time I brought up a complaint with the Zaphan superiors, who oversee the training camp's services, I was nearly laughed out of the room. Why would a Zaphan even think to look at a human romantically? The Zaphan on the outside appeared like such a beautiful creature. It almost makes me forget how cruel the words were as they fell from his mouth. Go on and keep to yourself unless you want to start some trouble. You don't want to start trouble, do you? You won't be able to earn your wings if so. Grimacing at the memory, I rub circles into my tired eyes until I start seeing colours. Then, I start the journey home. The sprint has at least shortened my usual walk back to the settlement, but I'm consumed with an uneasiness that I can't shake off. There's something watching me. But as I look around, scrutinising every shadow and noticing every movement, I don't see anyone. I certainly don't see Zathex pursuing me, but that does nothing to calm the storm forming within my chest. What if he follows me straight to the settlement? What if he harms my father? What if he hurts one of my friends, or worse, our innocent neighbours? No, I whisper, shaking my head. But as I reach into my pocket, I find that my dagger isn't there. I must have dropped it during my frenzy to get away from Zathex. My fingers start trembling. Instead of wasting any more time, I quickly start walking. I keep my arms wrapped around my body, fighting the chill, but the goosebumps course down my body anyway. How could this be happening to me? I've been focused on my wings this entire time. I don't bother anyone at the training camp, and I certainly don't want the attention of the Zaphans. I keep my head down and do what I'm supposed to do. I arrive, I do my training, and I leave. My father warned me of times like this. From 1 hour to the next, life can change suddenly and without warning. He said he felt this way when my mother passed. One moment she was here, the next she was gone. And life wasn't the same from then on. Who decides these things? I wonder aloud. There's nothing fair about that. To rid my thoughts of Zathex, I think about my home, about my parents, about the life that awaits my dad and me once I'm able to get my wings. We'll go far away from this place, far away from Zathex, and all the rest of the Zaphans who wish to keep us underneath their feet. Some of them can't stand the idea of humans earning an equal footing in their society. It boggles their minds. They're so consumed with their own superiority that they forget the world isn't theirs to own. Humans are here too, and we have just as much ambition and drive to succeed, perhaps even more. Once I get my wings, I'm going to make Zathex regret everything he's done to me. All the uncomfortable stares, the inappropriate comments, the disgusting advances he's made on me. The number of times I've daydreamed about grabbing a sparring blade and driving it through one of his eyes can't be healthy. But how could anyone blame me if they knew the things I've gone through under his supervision? Suddenly, a noise catches me off guard. I whip around, searching for the non-existent weapon that was once in my pockets. Fear clutches my heart once again. "Who's there?" I yell out into the open air. My voice echoes across the clearing, bouncing between the solemn trees. The paranoia is starting to get to me, I'm sure. I'm hearing things that aren't actually there. With nightfall coming, my eyes are playing more tricks on me than usual. I need to get home. As I turn around and start walking again, the fear doesn't dissipate. It amplifies. My body knows something's wrong, but I can't figure out what. A lightning bolt of pain explodes across my body, originating from the back of my head. I cry out, but my body goes slack and I still don't understand what's happening. My knees buckle, sending me to the ground in a heap. No, get up. You can't go down like this. All the screaming in my mind does nothing. My body's gone numb. My vision goes black. There's nothing I can do but pray that I'll get to see my father's face again. So this is it? This is the end. Death has me in its clutches, I'm sure of it. But I always figured I'd have a different sort of death. Not like this. Not alone, scared, and vulnerable in the middle of an empty road on my way home. But life isn't fair. Another reminder of the cruel lesson.
Chapter 4. Kazrith. 1 pint of Oralos, please. The barkeep offers me a raised eyebrow in return. Her stiff posture and furled wings remind me of what kind of creature I'm dealing with. Yeah, Xophans never did know how to have a good time. Sitting on the stool and avoiding stray glances, I take in the roaring fire, trying to avoid glaring out the window at the bright, oppressive sun. This city has a glimmer that agitates me, its golden bridges and arches nearly blinding me as the sunlight beams off of them. Everybody here is quick to remind you how much they have, and to try to make a nodal off your blind trust. There's something deeply predatory about this perfect realm and its insistence on commercializing everything. Here you go, the barkeep says, sliding me the mug with a hint of venom in her voice. Drink up. I barely catch it in time, avoiding a shattering humiliation with my quick reflexes. But rather than conveying my frustration, I offer a polite grin, not about to be the demon she expects me to be, though she's certainly asking for a slash or two across the face for the disrespect. But as quaint as this city is, I can't help but admire it. As ostentatious as it might seem to many, New Solace is a testament to ingenuity, entrepreneurship, and ambition. If it weren't for the terrible folk here, it might actually be a haven. I lift the mug, inhaling the bubbly liquid. A sweetness follows every pop and fizz, the golden liquor masking its toxicity with an almost overbearing pleasure. It's a bit like the beings here, overly sweet on the surface, concealing venom in the shadows and corners where you don't dare look. Hidden on the tidy, perfectly kept wooden floor, I can see dust and droppings in the corners of this bar where nobody glances. At least back home I knew where I stood with people. It was out in the open. This bar's a wreck. Vrask is not subtle as he sits down beside me, his tentacles retracting into his legs. To the people of New Solace, I'm 1,000 times more unwelcome than the Sekelia sitting down beside me, and they make a point to remind me of that fact. I wouldn't say that so loud, Vrask whispers. Beings here take a lot of pride in appearances. Wouldn't want to go pissing off the wrong folk. I take another sip of my drink. The illusion is already ruined for me. The sweetness feels like a pretense. A good mug of Oralos isn't filled with this fake nectar. There's a subtlety to the taste. If I wanted to rot away my fangs, I'd stick my head in a sucral bush. I've noticed, I reply. Not very good salesman, though. I've been offered 4 trinkets just while I was sitting here. All junk. He nods as he taps on the counter, no doubt waiting to be served. And how has your luck been? I take a large sack of nodals and novas from out of my waistcoat pocket, jingling it for effect before I set it on the counter. See for yourself. The barkeep gasps, and I feel a sudden respect flowing from her. Good to know that I was no good to her as a demon, but having the proper currency changes everything. She's smart enough to know that the world spins because of currency. Why don't you take my friend's order? I ask her, not hiding my ire. And maybe try giving him something higher quality than this trash. She stiffens her lip but layers on the politeness, perhaps hoping for the bigger tip she's not getting. Right away, sir, she says, taking out a scrap of parchment and scribbling frantically. I laugh as Vrask orders the worst drink in the realm. Cheap alcohol filled with berries and herbs. We'll see what she does with that. Seems like you're doing pretty well, Vrask offers, looking at my waistcoat pocket where the bag of currency is prominently bulging. It's all the tourists. They see a demon and they can't help thinking I'm exotic, I reply. They also don't think I know what I have. I make sure to take advantage of that. The barkeep scowls at me, her stiff golden eyebrows hanging over her wary eyes. I just chuckle to myself as she slides a glass toward Vrask. Maybe don't be so loud about your con, Vrask whispers. I'd hate to end your continued streak. I laugh aloud while taking another sip of my drink in spite of how much I hate it. I never said there was a con. All I said was, I'm having good luck. Vrask shakes his head. My job as a businessman is to convince these fools what I'm selling has value, and I believe it does, so there's no con. I pat my other waistcoat pocket. And I'm getting plenty of good stuff to take home too, I add. Vrask takes a sip of his drink. I'm surprised when he imbibes it with no reaction, not spitting it out across the bar like I would be. I look at my mug and resist the continued urge to shatter it on the floor. I still marvel at you sometimes, Vrask confesses. If you were just a hint more, we'd be kicked out of this tavern in minutes. But you toe the line so well. I lean into him, looking around the room. Oh, come on, I say. Tell me you didn't haggle somebody on the way in here. Go ahead. Vrask shakes his head. You're an idiot, he replies. Even if I did take advantage of some poor Xaphen, I'd still have the good sense not to say it out loud. That's when the tavern door slams open, and everybody's attention shifts. A tall, burly demon enters the bar, flanked on both sides by two human women covered with cuts and bruises. From head to toe, the women are covered in blemishes, and they look as though they haven't slept in months. I can hear everybody's hushed whispers. Though I'm relieved that for a brief moment, their attentions have shifted, I still notice as their eyes turn from the intruder back toward me, as though making a less than subtle association. The women sit down beside the demon at the back corner of the bar. Poor things, Vrask whispers. He stares as the demon scolds the women, punishing them for speaking out of turn with a slap across the face. They must be new acquisitions. I nod, finding myself with no real opinion. Purchases in the area have gone way up, Vrask says, leaning closer to me, and so have the number of unreported casualties. Doesn't seem right, I say noncommittally. Feigning interest when I have no real attachment to these women is difficult. I suppose I feel pity for the humans, but I can't do anything about it. What I do notice is how the demon gives all of our kind a bad name. With so many slave traders walking into bars from off the street, simply existing in New Solace is a bit more complicated. That's when the bartender departs toward the back of the room, perhaps to take their order. I perk up my ears to hear the conversation as Vrask eyes me warily. I can tell what he wants to say before he says it. You need to take your business somewhere else, the bartender says. This is an institution of high repute. The demon scoffs. Ridiculous, he says. My know-it-all's as good as anybody else's. The bartender looks dismissively toward the two women, then back at the demon. I notice the anxiety on the patrons' faces, unwilling to embrace confrontation in their pristine lives. That may be, she says, but if you want something to drink, you need to leave your pets outside. At this, the demon stands up, towering over the bartender as he slams his stool into the table. You can't prove a single thing, he says, nostrils flaring. Who's to say I didn't just pick these women up from the human settlements? Maybe they're my friends. I bury my face in my hands, tired of being associated with this dumb beast. That's when I notice several Xaphens standing up from their seats, ready to force this brute out if they can. Seeing himself outnumbered, the demon's posture slackens. Where he once stood tall, he now hunches in acquiescence. How pathetic. He can't even put his money where his mouth is. Fine, he says, before gesturing toward the women accompanying him. But don't think this is the end of this. The crowd gathered around him parts, allowing him to leave out the front door, which he slams behind himself. Guy wasn't missing much, I comment. Drinks are piss here anyway. The bartender approaches us from the back of the room, staring at me. "Don't you go causing trouble too," she commands. "We can do so much worse than throwing you out." I lift my arms in mock surrender. I almost think I see her chuckle as she walks away. "Downright embarrassing," I say under my breath. Vrask nods. "Crazy what your kind's willing to do in the pursuit of human women," he says. "I bet many would be jealous." I shake my head in disbelief. "Why? What's so special about human women?" Vrask studies me. "I mean, they're not even built to take us," I continue. "I know one thing," Vrask says. "There's a reason sales of humans have gone up." He leans in to whisper, noticing the increasing focus on me. "Just recently I heard a demon went mad with lust out at the stocks. The woman looked like she might keel over at any moment, and he was still ready to embarrass himself." I bring the mug back up to my mouth, less for an enjoyable drink and more to do something under all the scrutiny. This insanity is beyond my comprehension. I'd like to understand what makes these demons tick, because they're all my potential customers. But how could they lose themselves over something so frivolous? How could they humiliate themselves in the face of society's pressures? I empty my money onto the counter and start counting, keen to let anything take my mind off this inane and vexing question.
Chapter 5. Hannah. Ow. My head throbs painfully as my eyes open slowly. I try to reach to rub my head, but I'm greeted with the sound of clanking metal, and a dull ache crosses over my wrists. All around me is darkness, so deep that I can't perceive my surroundings. I can't see anything except the metal bars in front of my face. I shake my wrists, but they're bound together, and I can feel the metal chafing. I'm cold. The metal affixed to my body is freezing. The strange, frigid breeze in this room causes me to tremble and shiver. How did I end up here? A dull sense of panic resonates through me as I gradually realise the gravity of my situation. I remember training, and the spasms of my muscles confirm that it wasn't a dream. My eyes still struggle to fully open. I'm half certain I'll wake up from paralysis, realising that this horrible existence was only a nightmare. Zathex. I remember sprinting for my life, running so hard that the air became knives piercing my throat. It was far too real to be a dream. "Is somebody here?" I ask nobody and nothing in particular, unable to hide the anxiety from my voice. When I wouldn't yield to his advances, Zathex knocked me out and brought me here. I briefly remember the scraping of my legs against the coarse gravel path, and the cuts along my legs confirm it. I can feel the cool air on my wounds. I can smell the metallic scent of my own blood. Something's moving in here. As my eyes open further, I detect irregular movement in the shadows. Something is lingering in the darkness. He wouldn't kill me for rejecting him, would he? Adrenaline pulses through my veins, and I rattle my chain still more aggressively, turning my head to look around the room. It's the only thing I can move, my legs and arms both rooted in place by tight and unforgiving metal. I peel my eyes, looking for any other sense of movement. This is torture. "If there's anybody here, you'd better show yourself," I say, noting that I can see hints of my own breath. Nothing. The room is silent, and as I lower my head in defeat, the jangle of my chains confirms I'm alone. "I bet you regret rejecting me now." I'd recognise that twisted, croaky voice anywhere, but I still can't see him. He's playing with my mind. "Why don't you untie me and say that to my face?" I taunt, pointlessly shaking my chains. Any way out of this captivity would be far too miraculous for my life. He says nothing, perhaps hoping to question my sanity. Then I see his grey cloak, just barely catching an indeterminate light source. And that's all I need to notice the faint porcelain hue of his skin. I can discern his menacing smirk, barely veiled under a hood. I almost wish I'd remained blind. I shiver, but not from the cold of the room. As I look at him, noticing how utterly unfazed he is, I realise that I'm powerless. Shivers run up my arms and down my spine, a cool chill filling my throat like ice. He could do whatever he wanted to me in here. I want to kill him. I want to break the metal off of these bars and cut him with it. Did you really go to all this trouble just to look at me? I ask him, hoping to get close enough to him to drive my skull into his throat. Why don't you come here and talk to me? I fidget with the chains, despite feeling them irritating my skin. Then he laughs. It's a deep, throaty laugh that echoes against the walls and metal shackles, nearly deafening me. You rejected me, he says shrilly. You, the lowliest and poorest of humans. I could have made you great. I inhale deeply, feeling my nostrils flare up. I already hated him. How is it possible that I hate him more? I'm sorry, I offer dishonestly. Maybe I was too hasty in rejecting you. Maybe we can talk this over. He steps forward out of the shadows, his eyes glowing under his hood. You're only saying that because I've trapped you. I can do whatever I want to you now. I try to think fast about how to address this situation, looking around the room for any solution. You still think you have a way out of there, he says, noting how fast my head spins around the room. How adorable. I stare deeply into his eyes, hoping that he can see my scowl and notice how my lip curls back to expose my teeth. What did you honestly hope to accomplish on your own? He asks. I remain firm, unwilling to let him into my mind again. You know this world wasn't built for humans like you. You aren't the architects of this realm. We are. If you're so powerful, why do you have me in a cage? He laughs. Because you have this annoying habit of resisting me, he says. I figure the longer I remind you how trapped you are, the more appealing I'll seem to you. I try to spit at him, realising that my words have lost their meaning. But he's similarly unaffected when, instead of landing on his face, it harmlessly grazes his ankle. Don't worry. I always keep my pets locked up like this, and eventually they learn not to run away. He turns around, and I realise that if he leaves, I'm going to be left alone for a very long time. Please. My own voice surprises me. The sounds of his footsteps crunching across the hay stops. Are we starting to genuinely reconsider my offer? He asks. Because I'm already running out of patience for your games. My dad needs me. He's got nobody else. Just let me go to him. I don't know what I expect to happen. Perhaps there might be an ounce of decency in this foul creature. Can I offer you some advice, unsolicited? He asks. Hoping that he might be responding to me sincerely, I nod. You never shut up about getting your wings, he says. It's actually really annoying. Please, for everybody's sake, just let it go. I scoff. He stares stoically. I might not look like it, but a long time ago I had dreams too. Thought maybe I'd play politics, rise above my station. But then I realised all those ambitions were only holding me back. Please let me see my dad, I urge him, hoping that perhaps I've found a shred of humanity to interact with. I'll tell you what, he says. If you come around to my offer, and I genuinely don't believe you're trying to double-cross me, I'll let you see him. How long have I been locked away in this prison cell? He surveys me as though hoping I'll acquiesce. I could lie to him and find a way out of this situation. Or maybe I could lie to myself, convincing myself that I've fallen for his advances, all in the hopes of aiding my father. He can't make it on his own in New Solace. Then Zathex's static posture changes. His chest heaves, and from out of his mouth comes the most disgusting laughter I've ever heard. For a solid minute, he laughs at my misfortune, leaving me to question where I went wrong. You know, on second thought, you had your chance, he says. I could have made you great. Could have helped you earn your wings, or at least realise your limitations. But you spat in my face. You rejected me to my face, humiliating me. Did you really think you could earn my sympathies? Zathex, please, I beg, my chains rattling as I attempt but fail to emote with my body. No, I'm selling you off. Soon you'll be somebody else's problem. He moves as close to the bars as physically possible. I try to lurch at him, badly straining my ankles. I roar, noticing tears forming in my eyes for the first time. If you'd only seen the opportunity I presented to you sooner, maybe you'd be able to see your father again. I continue to flail at him in spite of how much it hurts me. He speaks louder to talk over me. But you laughed at me. To my face you rejected my offer, as though you were disgusted by me, as though I were so foul you'd never consider giving me a minute of your time. The whites of his teeth become visible, the brightest lights available in the darkened room. My stomach gurgles as I realise how incredibly hungry I am. I hear all the buyers come from far away. He chuckles. So when you get the chance, make sure to say goodbye to new Solace. The final crunching of hay fills the room as his footsteps become more distant, until a creaking metal sound rings out, a hint of ambient light decorating the room for a moment. Then the door shuts, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. Stupid, I whisper, wishing to claw my own eyes out at this point. Maybe if I'd just listened to him and made nice, I wouldn't be in this situation. I know firsthand how few women survive servitude. I've killed myself. Inevitably, I'm going to find out that whoever purchases me is far worse than even Zathex. And that's going to mean either saying the right things and going along with everything he asks me to do, or ending up dead. I want to fall to the hard stone floor and sob, because it's the only option I'm left with. But I'm not even able to lie down in this position. I wanted to earn my wings and become a Zafan. I dreamed of finding a higher station and earning a better living for me and my father. But I've always been in shackles, I think. I was just blind to them.
Chapter 6. Kazrith. That can't be everything, can it? I rummage in my pockets, looking for the scribbled piece of parchment, and then studying my carriage. The burning bright sun hangs high overhead, searing its unforgiving glare into my eyes. Home was not so bright, albeit the red skies. Getting used to this is going to be impossible. A faint breeze shakes the trees overhead. I swear I'm forgetting something. Patting Zinni on the back to calm his abrasive and aggravating whinnying, I climb into the carriage and study my belongings, staring down at the parchment. My sweaty hands have rubbed off on it, leaving the ink barely legible. Before me is a scattered, almost indiscernible scene. I've had time to catalog my acquisitions, but haven't had time to organize them. I've got the pretentious rocking chair, I say aloud, noting the small piece of furniture clearly fit for some spoiled demon brat. Its wood gnarls over itself, forming symbols and sigils. I try not to think about how old it looks, or ponder what could have happened to the child who owned it. What's important to me is that I acquired it cheaply, and that I can sell it for a profit. I run down the list, trying to discern what I'm missing. I've got the bag of small blacksmithing daggers, I say aloud, noting how primitive and crude they look as I pull them out of the coated rucksack. They must have been somebody's first projects, but sentimental fools often find value in them. I move aside products, looking over handmade creations, valuable antiquities, and raw materials alike. The carriage is packed so tightly, I have to avoid tripping over the goods. Then I hear footsteps outside, trotting against the rock and gravel road. I think about who could possibly be wandering in these desolate parts before reaching one conclusion. "Hey, Vrask!" I shout outside, not even bothering to check. "Any way you've seen a massive bag of Nyman beans?" After a moment, the footsteps stop, and Vrask peers into the cabin. "Well, hello to you too, asshole," Vrask says. "I thought I'd see you off. And here you're accusing me of stealing your stuff." I sigh in frustration, stretching to stop myself from escalating. I know I'm not going to see him again soon, so I can't exactly start one of our signature fights. "You know that I'm not going to be gone that long, right?" I ask. "We'll run into each other again." He scoffs. "Well, maybe I won't even bother then. Safe travels, I suppose. I shake my head in confusion. Was that all you came out here to say? You could have said goodbye in the tavern. Just thought I'd make sure you're really going this time, he replies, turning back around. You have a habit of lingering. I chuckle, sticking my head out to watch him depart. When I'm in the area again, perhaps I'll invite him out for an ale. I may have been too curt. Not that he didn't deserve it. The kids. I grunt in disbelief, remembering the gathering of children around my cart earlier just within the city bounds. They must have pilfered the Nyman beans. Guess I'm not leaving town yet, I say, getting the carriage ready for one last detour. I'll have to double back to the city. It isn't that I enjoy taking Nyman beans from children, but failing to reclaim at least some of the product would be a huge loss. I don't like marking through anything in my ledger. New Solace is so much more quiet in the mornings than back home. The streets are almost deserted. Back home, the shops open at first light, but New Solace is slumbering still. Whoa there, I say, trying to calm down Zinni. Penny, on the other hand, shows much more restraint. I'll only be gone a moment. I make sure to lock the cabin before I leave. There's no sign of the children. I still remember how they played together in front of the auction houses, acting out the one trade I want no part in. Instead, a stray wandering carriage passes through the district, its wheels eerily scraping against the cobblestone streets. I wave at its driver cautiously, but the Xaphen holds up his nose. Yeah, that went about as expected, I say, loud enough for the driver to hear. He either doesn't hear or doesn't care. I might not care for the Xaphens, but perhaps while I'm waiting I can learn why demons drive themselves mad for this trade. Anything that might give me insight into the mindset of my clients is worth my time. I walk off the street and move through the district until I find the first sign of commotion. A large, open-facing building with a grotesque golden roof greets me, coupled with an unfortunate scene. And here we have Miss Geraldine. She's built well and will serve all of your needs. Apparently many businesses sleep, but the slave trade does not. The Xaphen auctioneer aggressively slaps the depressing human female, motioning her into place in front of the crowd. I can smell strong hints of kaffa beans as I stand among the crowd, observing. Everybody in the crowd stands at attention, ready for bidding to begin. Xaphens and demons alike, of all ages, but only male bidders, stare down the woman, turning their heads sharply to analyze the movements of their adversaries. 500,000 nodal! An elderly Xaphen who can barely stand, his wings flailing behind him with every step, moves to the front of the crowd, ensuring he can be heard. But he isn't uncontested. A demon, pale green in color and almost as large as me, cuts off his movement, knocking him to the hard stone floor. 580, he shouts. Nobody moves to check on the elderly Xaphen, who might well be trampled underfoot. In the uproar, the man is overruled. The audience erupts, bidding exorbitantly high prices on this woman. She looks like she can barely stand, her disheveled brown hair falling loosely over untoned and muscle-starved shoulders. Her eyes dimly reflect the light, her head hung low in shame. My stomach churns at the sight. 650,000 nodal! The elderly Xaphen cries out, sounding as though every word might be his last. His voice is both coarse and flimsy as he feebly picks himself up from the floor. I have to understand. The whole point of this side quest was to observe the behavior of other demons so that I might better sell wares to them. I look at the long line of women hidden behind the staging area, lining up toward the platform. Seemingly humans of every background and age fill the auction block, every eye filled with despair. Notably, none of the women fight their fates, none push away from the line, toward the brutally equipped guards, who might bludgeon them with maces at the first sign of resistance. 700,000! A booming, unrecognizable voice calls out from somewhere in the crowd. I watch, trying to catch even a glimmer of the attraction other demons must feel. If any of this is to mean anything, I can't simply chalk up this obsession to madness. I have to understand what drives this obsession. 1 million nodal. The demon, who earlier cut off the elderly Xaphen, unconcerned with his safety, roars over the crowd's commotion. It brings silence to the crowd. Several Xaphans and demons who had cut in between the adversarial bidding war are left speechless. The Xaphan is left rasping on the ground. "Sold to Mr. Xerneas Xenophil!" the auctioneer calls out, shoving the woman over. Briefly, I see her pleading with him, as though hoping to find a grain of sympathy in the system that would gladly ruin her. She does not look happy, her movement staggered against her chains. He seems wickedly gleeful, his smile catching his charcoal black eyes. "Oh, the things I'm going to do to you," he says, swatting the woman on the rear. She winces in pain. I can see even from a distance the thoughts raging through her mind. She knows what's in store for her, I think. And yet still, she doesn't fight, doesn't protest in the slightest against her possible death. Then again, fighting will still lead to her death, just in a more hasty fashion. I shake my head in disbelief. A younger-looking woman, whose short red hair captures the bright light of the morning sun, steps up to the block, prodded by guards. And I watch more or less the same scene play out again. They scream over each other, unconcerned for each other's safety or camaraderie, until they win the woman, who will only reluctantly enjoy their company. I wonder how many have died here, trying to obtain this vexing prize. There is no life left in any of these women's eyes. They are pale, drained of their wills, their bodies mere flesh. I can tell by the way they carry themselves that they aren't fit for labor. They're not well fed and can barely stand. I'm tempted to step up and ask one of these demons what he values so much about these women. I can only speak for myself in saying it, but I wouldn't pay for the honor of their hesitant company. That's when I catch their movements out of the corner of my eye. I tear myself between the scene playing out on repeat and my intended quest. I shrug. The more I watch, the less I feel like I understand. As much as I try, I'm not sure I'm ever going to understand how human women titillate these Xaphans and demons. And that frustrates me. Because while I can't see the entrepreneurial value of these women, they don't offer much in the way of labor and can't assist in many other ways either. I can see the value in understanding the motivations of the men who value them. I managed to recover the bag mostly intact. One of the young children guides me to where he stashed it, inside the hollow of an old and gnarled tree. Finally able to check it off my list, I load the Nyman beans into my carriage, ready to depart.
Chapter 7. Hannah. "If you wander off, I'll have your head," Zathex says, opening the cell door while guiding me with a metal leash. The bright, sunny streets of New Solace greet me. I'm so glad to finally be out of that cage. Immediately I recognise that it's early, but notice a bidding war going on in a large, ghastly building. An elderly Xaphan stumbles to the ground bidding for a sad-looking woman, and the other bidders nearly trample over him. That won't be me, I think. I'd sooner die than be sold off. But the more time passes, the more inevitable my fate becomes. One of the demons casts a lustful look at me as Zathex leads me past. "Keep your eyes to yourself," he utters, jerking me along so aggressively that the chains chafe against my neck. "You'll have your chance later." As long as Zathex continues to chaperone me, I'll only know the binding of chains. At least now, my feet aren't bound to him. I wonder how my father must be doing without me. If I'm not around, he often forgets to take care of himself, falling into a deep depression. He must think I'm dead. The thought terrifies me. I doubt Zathex notified him before he abducted me, meaning that my father must be devastated right now. I have to find some way to tell him. The cold metal guides me along through the most forbidden sections of the trading hub, where even New Solace has forgotten its majesty. A single fountain in the distance is clogged, sputtering black goo. The smell it produces is revolting to me. Think fast. This is your last chance. "Hey, Zathex." He doesn't turn to acknowledge me, making his feelings clear. "Oh, are we finally talking now?" he asks. How flattering. I ignore the taunt. I know his only goal is riling me up. I'm probably the one constant in his life, and if he can't have me, he might as well delight himself in my misery. I was wondering what this is all about, I say. Not that I don't enjoy the chance to stretch my legs or anything. You just said my auction was still a few hours away. He pauses, and for a moment, all I hear are the riotous cries of the auction house behind me. How stupid of me to think he'd entertain idle questions. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I thought. Internally, I'm screaming, but I know that despite how hopeless this seems, I have to act if I want a chance of survival. A prize like you has to keep her figure, he says absent-mindedly. Otherwise, you're worth a lot less to them. Ah, so it's not a kind gesture at all. He's not concerned that my legs might atrophy. He just wants to maximise his revenue. I don't know why that surprises me. That makes sense, I suppose. That makes sense, I suppose. He repeats my words back to me, mocking me. I avoid mouthing off in response. For now, he holds all the power. For now. If I ever manage to escape this situation, I'm going to make him pay dearly for this. I watch the passing scenery as we leave the auction blocks, making our way into the quainter and more obscure parts of the city. I've done what little I can to drive us away from scrutiny, farther away from my dark, inhumane cell. When I see a passing civilian, I try to subtly provoke them without Zathek's noticing. All the while I try to make my movements more erratic. Hey, Zathex? He sighs. Yes? I look at the derelict buildings, a rare sight in New Solace, ensuring that we're as far away from civility as possible. I have to go to the bathroom. He turns around, and for an instant, I swear he might hit me upside the head. It wouldn't be out of character, and I even wince in anticipation of the strike. Well, what do you want me to do about it? He asks. Didn't you just go before we left? No, I lie. He shakes his head in disbelief and continues walking, clearly unfazed by my request. Well, you're just going to have to hold it, he says. I'll turn us around in a second. But I have been holding it, I insist, trying to play the role he expects me to play. Do you want me to make a mess in the middle of the street? My stomach turns at my own words. I'm not usually so crude. He chuckles. I don't know if it would look out of place, to be honest. Oh, for the love of God, I whisper, gritting my teeth. Please just take me to an alley or something. I know you're no gentleman. I watch his face study me, hoping he'll take the bait. No gentleman? Zathex repeats. Fine, Hannah. I'll stop at a tavern. As he turns around, I smirk quietly to myself. The tavern he leads me to is trashy, by all accounts. The stools are overturned, and mugs are broken carelessly on the floor. Mere hours ago, I can imagine the tavern brawl that took place here. Clearly the owner has stopped caring. He nods at us as we enter. Zathex turns to the counter, tugging me along as I try to avoid the broken glass on the hardwood floor. You got a lavatory? Zathex asks the owner, whose patchy white beard embarrasses the few hairs left on his head, which he's combed over. His wings sag lamely behind him. He grunts, nodding toward the back of the bar. Okay, I have to play this very carefully. As Zathex leads me forward by the neck, I feel around my collar, looking for the slightest exploitable imperfection. The raw iron is somewhat crudely and carelessly fashioned, so if I found a blunt object, I could theoretically bang up against the areas where the metal is thinnest. But I might cut my own throat if I'm not careful. That's not going to work. Another thought crosses my mind, and I grin wickedly. I note the displeasure on Zathex's face, and I realise that I can exploit it. Zathex props open the door, beckoning me. I slip closely by him, touching his waist gently as I pass. I'll just be waiting right out here, he says. You mean you don't want to watch me? A disgusted look crosses his face, just as I had hoped. Yeah, I guess I can close this. Just try to hurry. Oh, this is perfect. I feel the small cold metal in my hand, proud to have pried it from off of his waist. Taking the key, careful to not let it slip out of my hand, into the disgusting hole in the ground behind me, I bring it up to my neck. "Can you hurry it up in there?" he asks. I find the keyhole and twist gently and quietly, looking up at the window behind me. "With what you've been feeding me, you're lucky it's coming out at all," I reply, nimbly working to get the damned metal off my skin. I feel the collar click. Now, if I want to get out of here in one piece, I have to be very quiet. I slip the metal collar off, ecstatic to be unbound for the first time in days. Then I lower it very gradually to the floor so that he won't notice the sudden difference. The glass window is shattered open, proving that I'm not the first person to try this. I can climb up, but I'm going to have to be careful to not cut myself. "Okay," Zathex says finally. "I'm coming in. Something's up." Damn. I cut myself climbing up to the window, feeling the blood drip from my foot. And without looking back, I jump down from the shattered window to the alley below. "I knew it," I hear him exclaim from out of the window. He looks down at me, fury in his eyes. I run, feeling my bloody feet pound the cobblestone alley. There are broken bottles and waste everywhere. As careful as I am, I'm not careful enough. "I got you, give it up!" I hear him call out from somewhere behind me, then look up at the decrepit shop beside me. He might be strong and fast, but he's not agile, and those wings are unreliable. I can still see where he damaged them in a fight. I find footing on the side of the building and begin to climb, jumping from a barrel to a windowsill, and then digging my foot into the uneven masonry. His scowl almost paralyzes me as I look down. "Try to catch me now, bastard," I taunt him quietly, as I finally grip the roof of the building, then bring myself up. My only hope is to jump from roof to roof. I'm far from trained in this, and I realise that I'll probably die escaping. But it's better than dying a captive. The rooftop ahead of me is higher than this one, and I realise that it's going to be quite a jump. Readying myself and stretching, I sprint forward, leaping to try to clear the distance. I nearly miss it, feeling my arm scrape up against the rock wall. My foot is stinging and throbbing. I bring myself up to the ledge and then look ahead. Although I could jump forward, continuing this path, he's no doubt following my path. "That won't do," I say quietly to myself. I see a door ahead of me, no doubt leading to the building below. Expecting it to be locked, I'm relieved when I feel it open in my grasp. I dash down the flight of stairs, realising I'm not in a business, but in somebody's house. "Sorry," I say, catching my breath as I notice that the building is occupied by one very distressed-looking man. His eyes are glassy and wide, and his hands are covered in whittling cuts, a carved batlaz on the table in front of him. He stares at me, his mouth open in confusion. "Just getting a bit of exercise," I explain, already realising it makes no sense. "What are you doing? Get out before I call the authorities." I notice a tattered traveller's cloak hanging on the rack beside the door. "Can I borrow this?" I tear it off and cover myself with it, then sprint out the front door before I hear his response. Rather than sprinting out of view, I take advantage of the momentary surprise. I see no sign of Zathex, but try to keep my back to the crowd, the mindless drone of the auctioneer just ahead of me. "And the lovely Elma's already had 2 children," the auctioneer calls out. "She's fertile and ready to expand your lineage." In front of me, a carriage is fully loaded up. It's noticeably more well-maintained than anything I've seen in the last hour. Without a thought, I jump inside, relieved when it starts to move.
There comes a time when you must sacrifice everything for something bigger than yourself.
My job was to kidnap her, not fall in love with her.
What if Julius had seen me use magic? He must never know.
What's happening to me? What's happening to my magic?
He would never understand. He'd see me as a liability, a risk too great to keep close.
When everything begins to fall apart, and the only remedy is to sacrifice your heart.
No, I can't let him find out.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, don't do this.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail.
And that time is now.
Savannah, run! Chapter 8. Kazrith. My mind races with thoughts of profit and splendor for when I step foot back on Ioth. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but I entertain myself by imagining demons far and wide coming to my shop. Vrask truly secured a sizable profit for me. He's not the most trustworthy of allies to have on my side, but he's helpful when he wants to be. I laugh lowly, using one of my shadow blades to chop down a tree that dangles in my way. I'll be swimming in nodals once I sell everything I have. In my head, I'm keeping track of all my inventory. The precious stones, the exotic food items, the pieces of furniture with dubious history. Once I showcase these items in my store, other demons will flock to my shop in droves. The Zarans ahead of my carriage walk slowly, but persistently. As eager as I am to return home, I sit back and enjoy the leisurely ride to the port. The Xaphans there will most certainly ask for a fee due to my cargo, and I can only hope it's not something outrageous. Then again, they're Xaphans. They're dirty crooks, every single one of them. They will smile in our faces but sink a dagger or two into our backs at the first opportunity. I can't say I blame them, since I'd love to rip the eyes and wings off of each Xaphan I come across. My carriage jolts violently as we pass over a large rock in the middle of the road. My Zarans whine and shake their heads, while I heave a sigh at the abrupt movement. But something else catches my attention. "Stop!" I yell out to Pinny and Zinni, who go immediately still at the first crack of the reins. Narrowing my eyes, I stare out at the clearing and wonder if my mind is playing tricks on me. While traveling with a precious carriage like this, I need to remain on high alert. Sometimes there are thieves who linger near these roads, pouncing on unsuspecting traders and looting their goods. It happened to me once in the past. The would-be thieves cried out for mercy as I ripped their limbs off their torso with my shadows and left them for dead. They were Xaphan youths, thinking they could win big by robbing a demon's hall. If only they knew the nightmare that awaited them by messing with me and my profits. "Who's there?" I call out, hearing my voice echo across the vast, seemingly empty, clearing. "Show yourself, and I may show you mercy." Of course, that's a lie, but I'm trying to hasten these negotiations if I want to get on a boat back to Ioth soon. The ports close after a certain time because the waters become unbearable near New Solace during the night. Nothing stirs despite my warning. However, I'm able to detect the slightest movement somewhere behind me. That's something I cannot ignore. My pointed ears flicker, trying to detect a similar vibration in the air. "I know I'm not crazy," I whisper, setting down the reins and descending from my seat. I heard something. If this is an ambush, I can't wait around to see what their first move will be. That's foolish. That's how unsuspecting demons get their heads torn off. Closing my eyes and tilting my chin slightly upwards, I allow my body to emanate shadows larger than my current form. They encapsulate me and give the illusion that I'm bigger than I am. They extend high over my head and widen my body. Coupled with my dark attire, I appear like a haze of darkness, ready to inflict terror on the being who wants to steal my items. "I've already given you a chance to reveal yourself, and you refuse to heed my warning," I say again, eyeing my cargo with a suspicious glare. "When I find you, you'll regret sticking your nose in things where it doesn't belong." There it is. A staggered breath. One that tried to hide underneath a trembling hand, perhaps. And that noise came from amongst my belongings, hidden behind the crates and drawers that I intended to bring back to Ioth. Something with me stirs. If they wanted to attack me, they probably would have already leaped out with a dagger in hand. But nothing is happening here. In fact, I detect a heavy uneasiness, and it's not coming from me. Compelled to investigate further, I step onto the back of my carriage, feeling the significant dip once I plant my feet against the planks. Something akin to heavy breathing catches my attention, and as I rummage through the items, I soon find what I've been looking for. Though this isn't at all what I expected to see. There, lying with both hands over her mouth, is a human woman. Her hands shake violently once she sees me, and her green eyes widen significantly. She kicks her feet, trying to put some distance between herself and me, but then her head hits the wall. For a moment, I forget that I've made myself appear larger and scarier than I usually am. Slumping my shoulders, I allow the shadows to return to my body, shrinking my form. Still, I tower over this human creature. I could stomp on her if I wanted to, but I don't want to, which perplexes me. My curiosity seeks to keep her around. After all, it's not every day that I'll have an audacious young human woman sneak into my carriage. "How did you get in here?" I ask, leaning against a crate and crossing my arms over my chest. "You're trespassing on my property." I understand, she says, pushing herself up into a seated position. She brushes the black hair strands away from her face, tucking them behind her ears. Sweat gleams on her forehead. I didn't mean to do this, but I had no other choice. You have to believe me." My gaze flickers down to the wounds on her wrists and the reddening chain-like imprints on her ankles. Not to mention the dark blue bruise along her neck. I hum softly, returning my eyes to her face. Her scared, hauntingly beautiful face. I suppose I'm starting to understand why some demons risk everything for the beauty of a human mate. "Were you one of the slaves being held at the auction house? Back at the trading hub?" I press, wondering if she'll tell me the truth or if I'll have to coax it out of her. "If you're honest with me, I won't return you to that hub." "Please. No. I'll do anything. I have to get away from there, as far away as possible. I'm sorry for jumping into your carriage, but I saw that it was leaving, and I had no other options. She places a hand over her chest, trying to calm her breathing. She makes small noises as she tries to compose herself. "I'm so sorry. Please don't kill me. Please." "Stop!" I hold up a hand, trying not to grimace. I loathe pathetic displays like this. "I'm not going to kill you, unless you're trying to trick me and rob me of my items." The human woman scoffs. "I have no interest in your things. I just need to leave New Solace as quickly as possible." "And what's your name?" "Hannah." She wets her cracked and bloodied bottom lip. "What's yours?" I smile slightly. I sometimes forget that pleasantries like this are important to humans. "My name is Kazrith. I'm a trader from Ioth. I'm sure you've heard of my home." She picks at the hem of her dirty dress. "Yes, I've heard that it's the worst place to be if you're not a demon." "Ah, and who told you that? One of those Xaphans, huh?" I shake my head, leaning an arm upon the crate that holds all of my Nyman beans. Ioth is a beautiful continent. It's better than New Solace by a wide margin. And as a well-traveled trader, I mean what I say. Hannah swallows hard. I can see how her throat strains with the movement. New Solace has always been my home. I've never traveled anywhere else before. "Tell me, Hannah, why have you found yourself in the midst of my collection? You're running from something, or someone. You used to be a slave. You've given me pieces to work with, but I'm still confused by your story." "Why would I lie to you?" she retorts, raising a brow. "I have nothing to my name. I have no money. I don't want any trouble. I want to get home, but that's not possible right now." "Why not? New Solace is your home, you just said so. You could climb down from this carriage and be on your way," I reply, offering a shrug. "Why don't you do so? I'm giving you permission." Hannah sniffs loudly, then hugs her arms over her body. She brings her legs to her chest and averts her gaze completely. I sigh, running a hand along my face. What am I supposed to do with a human like this? "If you don't start telling me the truth, I'll have to leave you behind," I say, hoping that my power over the situation will get her to talk. "I'm a businessman. I have a lot of things that need my attention, And if you're unwilling to work with me, then I see no use for you. As I turn away, Hannah moves. Wait. I perk a brow, curious to see what she does next. I've never been as captivated by a human before. It's clear that she has more resolve, more determination to survive. That's something I can admire. All species have a desire to survive. It's what connects us down to the most integral level. I'll tell you the truth. The full truth, she says. As long as you allow me to stay with you on your journey. That's all I ask.
Chapter 9. Hannah. A deep exhale escapes me, realizing that I've escaped death. For now. When Krith emerged from behind the crates, towering over me in his shadow form, I nearly wept. I thought it was over for me. I thought I would never see my dad again. Somehow, for some reason, he has decided to keep me alive. I don't know much about this demon so far, but something tells me that he won't hesitate to rip me to shreds if I give him a reason to. I just want to make sure I'm not compromising my business profits if I allow you to stick around, he explains, eyeing me up and down. Besides, we might raise a few eyebrows at the port if the Zaphans see me transporting a human woman out of New Solace. I understand, but believe me, I don't mean any harm at all. Not to you, not to your business. I escaped slavery, that's true, but I was never meant to be a slave in the first place. That's what they all say, Krith says bluntly. What makes you different from all the rest? Why do you deserve your freedom? I frown deeply. Are demons always so brusque with their words? No one deserves to be a slave in the first place. That's highly debatable, he shoots back. Some beings don't have any other use besides serving others. Shaking my head, it's pointless to argue with him on this topic. Demons don't have a good view of humans at all. Arguing with him might just make him toss me over the carriage wall and leave me behind. Well, that's beside the point. I was never meant to be a slave. Before this, I was training in the Zaphan facilities near the heart of the city. I wanted to earn my wings. I was so close. My voice cracks inadvertently, remembering all the tireless days and nights I spent training. For hours upon hours, I devoted myself to my training with the hope that I would receive my wings. Everyone was going to see me and what I accomplished. Everyone was going to be so proud. But Zathex took that from me. It seems like I've lost you, Krith remarks, tilting his head. Blinking a few times, I remove myself from my memories and focus on the present. Krith stares at me with an indecipherable look in his eyes. Perhaps it's pity. I hope it's not malicious. Anyway, I was trying to get my wings, but I was sabotaged. That's when I was thrown into slavery. It was entirely against my will, and it wasn't right at all. I was going home to see my father, and then, even trying to remember what happened to me proves too painful. I close my eyes and wince, recalling the jolt of pain I felt once I was struck in the head. I was about to get sold into slavery back there, but I figured out a way to escape. I said that I was going to soil myself if I didn't go to the bathroom. That's what gave me the chance to leave. Then I ran away and found your carriage and jumped in. I'm sorry. Finally, I have the courage to stare up at Krith. I've never been this close to a demon before. His face looks so pale it appears to be made of bone, with long black hair that frames his face. I can't tell the colour of his eyes from here. They look almost sunken in, but they're dark and penetrating. The hairs on my skin rise from looking at him for too long. His black attire doesn't allow me to see much of his body, but it's long and hangs loosely. Shadows emerge from out of his back and materialise in different ways, from what I can tell. They can make him look bigger, but he can also move things with his power. Krith runs his tongue over his teeth, revealing some sharp fangs near the back of his mouth. His nostrils flare, and he lets out an audible exhale. Come sit with me at the front. I would like to learn more about your story. He turns, expecting me to follow promptly. With a staggered breath, I push myself to my feet and hurry along, watching as he hops into the carriage's front seat and takes the reins that are attached to the two Zarans ahead. The height proves difficult for me at first. It takes a few tries to jump into the front seat beside him, something that he laughs at me for. Humans are small creatures. I forget about that. Even the men don't stand very tall compared to demons. Sorry, I'm not able to control my genetics. No, not at all. But it should serve as a reason why humans will never stand at the top of society, no matter how hard they try. Kazrith glances at me. Though, it's commendable that you were doing everything in your power to fix that. I sink into my seat, rubbing my hands together against the chill of the incoming breeze. The wind gets stronger the closer we get to the water. Kazrith whips the reins, and the Zarans start moving along the path again. You're an interesting human, Hannah. I've only ever seen human slaves, human servants, human concubines. You get it. They've always been submissive to others, but I've never seen a case where one of them fights for a better life. I scoff. There's a lot of us out there. I wasn't the only one on the verge of earning my wings, you know. And besides that, we have lives, families, and homes of our own. My father has a greenhouse where he grows his own food. He now has an apprentice. We can make things of our own if we're only given the chance. Realising that I'm rambling, I stop to take a deep breath. Kazrith's jaw clenches, and he keeps his eyes firm on the road ahead of us. Instead of replying, the shadows extend out of his back. The sight makes me freeze. I've ruined my chances. I've said too much. Demons think that humans are beneath them, and I've made a big mistake in talking back to one. As I brace myself, thoughts of my father immediately fill my mind. His warm laughter, his easy smile. But then, Kazrith only uses his shadows to move obstacles in the path, like some stones that were blocking the carriage wheels from moving, or the dead branch left behind from an old tree nearby. My hands clench. I'm trembling again. Kazrith doesn't seem to notice, or care. Are you taking me to Ioth? I ask quietly. Hush for a moment. I'm trying to think. The carriage slows to a stop. Kazrith perks his ears and waits. The Zarans ahead of us shake their manes and neigh. I hold my breath, trying to understand what he's trying to do next. Eventually, a three-horned animal emerges from the bushes and stares at us. Kazrith stiffens. Before we get the chance to do anything, the animal ducks and disappears into the foliage. Kazrith relaxes, as do I. You have to be careful on a route like this, you know. There are stragglers all over, looking to take advantage of the first vulnerable being they find, he says. He stares at me. Without me, you'd already be dead by now. I hope you know that. I bow my head. He already has his own way of belittling me with his words. However, he cracks a smile and doesn't seem to mind. This is the first time I've been around a demon for this long, and so far, I haven't been thrilled by the experience. Still, I'm grateful that he has spared my life all the same. It'll be risky to take you along. I don't know if it's the right choice. I can help you, I blurt out. I'll do anything. I can hide in your carriage. I can pretend to be your slave. Whatever you want. Kazrith furrows his brows at me. I would never own a human slave. Demons who do that are lazy, and I am nothing like that. It's only for pretend. Please, I'll do anything. Again, with the pathetic pleading. Kazrith waves a hand through the air. Enough with that. You make it difficult to focus when you act like a helpless animal. Sorry, but I'm serious. I can help you somehow. I just don't know how I'll do so. I need to figure something out quickly. If he thinks I'm too much of a liability, he'll leave me at the port, and I can't let that happen. The Zaphans will talk. Word will reach Zathex, I know it will. And then he'll come back to finish what he started. Bile rises in my throat at the thought of seeing him again after all he's put me through. He'll hurt me. He'll destroy me. For my own good, I can't leave Kazrith's side. Our journey continues further along. Krith focuses on the road, grip tight on the reins, and the foliage around us thins as we trudge along towards the waters. I've never been to Ioth before. I've only heard the rumours of how strange and horrifying it is. The red sky, the demons surrounding you everywhere you go. Maybe it's not as bad as others make it out to be. I never thought that continent would one day be my salvation, but here we are. I'd do anything to make it there with Krith. The lengths Zathex has pushed me towards have become too far. He will pay for what he's done to me. He doesn't deserve those wings of his, and when I get the chance, I'll sever them off myself and throw them into an open flame.
Chapter 10. Krith. Over the years, I've lost count of how many stowaways have tried to hitch a free ride in my cart. None of their attempts ever boded well for any of them. So why have I stayed my hand for Hannah? On one hand, it feels inherently wrong to harm such a breathtaking specimen. I've seen many humans here in New Solace, whether passing by the auction house or driving past a newly bought slave being paraded down the street by their new owners. Like any creature, there are those who are prettier than others, and some who leave a lot to be desired. Hannah, however, is in a whole different league of her own. It surprises me that she has not yet mentioned any relationship with a human mate. I'd have thought the human males would scratch and claw over her. But her appearance is not all that matters. Hannah has told me of some of her ordeal thus far. I cannot help but imagine what I would have done if I were in her shoes. She thinks the same way I do, cunningly and resourcefully, on her feet for the sake of survival. But I am a Volvath demon. I stand more of a chance in this world than a female human does, and yet here she sits beside me, having beaten all odds. You should not have made it out of captivity unscathed, Hannah, let alone alive, I say. When you're desperate, you don't go down so easily. Her tone of bravery and defiance is quickly becoming a mainstay of her charm, something I can't help but admire. Of all the humans I've seen in my lifetime, this woman alone possesses an aura that no others have displayed. I'm drawn to Hannah in a way that is so jarring, yet magnetizing. The human woman is fascinating, and I find myself unusually eager to find out more about her. It's indeed a precarious situation you find yourself in, I say, keeping my eyes on the road. You mentioned that you were on a quest to retrieve your wings, was that right? Tell me more of that. Yes, it's something that a lot of human men and women aspire to. It's thought to bring a lot of fortune to one's family, but few rarely ever seem to succeed. She pauses for a moment, then her next words come out as a hiss through clenched teeth. We're all assigned to a Xaphin mentor to oversee our progression. Mine took a very particular liking to me, to the point where he was only after me as a mate. That damn Zathex. That name. My heart almost stops at its mention. The name I never thought I would hear of again. It's too much of a coincidence. Did I even hear it right? I need to make sure. Hannah, what did you say your mentor's name was? I ask urgently. Zathex. Why? Do you know him? The blood boils beneath my skin, threatening to manifest into a fiery rage. Know him? I growl. That god-forsaken man is no better than the scum beneath my feet. He wronged me like no one else has. What happened? She asks, her tone sharing the mutual disgust we share for the Xaphin in question. I'm never open with strangers, but perhaps it is the common hate we bear for Zathex that makes it feel right for me to tell all to Hannah. Years ago, he cheated me and took every last nodal I had under my name. I was left to rot in financial despair while he basked in the profits that were meant for me. Ever since, I've been waiting for the chance to destroy that bastard. My grip on the reins tightens, the veins becoming thicker under my skin. Damn Zaphans. They're nothing but self-righteous fools who claim to be the heroes society should look up to. They'll just as soon rob you of everything like the next low-life thug on the streets. Hannah sighs softly, wringing her hands together. I look at her, finding understanding and resonance in her emerald green eyes. Then we have a common enemy, she says. The hatred in her gaze for the Xaphin compels me towards a mutual goal, a chance at vengeance. Have you ever heard the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend"? I feel your pain, Hannah, and for that, I'd be willing to help you. Help me? She asks, as if to ensure she heard my words right. How so? Zathex has robbed us both for the sake of his own gain. He needs to learn what real justice means, and that no one is safe from the consequences of their actions, not even the Xaphans. You're serious, Hannah whispers, a hint of a smile showing on her slender face. You'll really help me? For bringing that bastard down, I'd do anything, I snarl. Me too, she replies, nodding firmly. But how do you propose we go about this? I need to think about that. It won't be a walk in the park. Coming up ahead is my final stop in New Solace before my departure to Ioth from the docks. I must halt here. I just need to hand off some goods to a barter. It should only take a moment, so don't leave the cart. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your protection. Will do. I hitch the cart and dismount, walking to the back to acquire the box of goods for my client. As I wait for the stallkeeper to gather his payment, I watch the roads, reflecting on the inevitable challenge that'll come with taking down Xaphan. A long journey lies ahead for me and Hannah. As I mull over ideas on how to get to Zathex, a convoy of Xaphans rides past my cart. The sight of the bastards ignites the urge within me to chase them down and behead them in the name of revenge. Perhaps I would have, if not for their armor and heavy weaponry. Getting to Zathex will be tough, and it doesn't help that Xaphans like to poke their noses into everyone's business. How can I keep Hannah around me? I mutter. Walking around with a human by my side would be easier in Ioth, but I would still need a cover. Something that would keep our public outing safe. After all, demons don't take too kindly to humans if they show up by themselves in the city. Think, Kazrith. The perfect solution springs to mind, and so I hurry back to the carriage as soon as possible. Hannah, I have a cover story for us, I say, whipping the reins of the Zarans who quickly start moving. We'll soon be in Ioth under the eyes of my kind, instead of the Xaphan filth here. Sounds fun, she mutters. Don't worry. Though demons aren't generally trustful of humans, they're more accepting if they're mated with a demon. Hannah blinks, her eyes widening in the process of my proposal. Wait, are you suggesting that we fake a marriage? Yes. Hear me out. Her lips tighten. She's clearly shocked by the idea, so I'd better give a good explanation. Cornering a Xaphan is going to need secrecy and a strategy, and I mean a lot of strategy. The perfect plan won't come to us overnight. You need a place to stay, and you can't exactly go back to your father's home. No, she says sadly. Looking up at me, her sadness soon becomes a glimmer of hope. The fake marriage will make a good cover for you staying with me. Hannah frowns slightly. I've heard stories of human and demon pairings, but they're not at all common, right? Surely we'd still catch attention. No doubt we'll be subject to many disapproving looks, but it beats the Xaphan's prying eyes. Ever the trade-oriented mind that I possess, the idea of our feigned pairing entices me in more ways than one. I'm always seeking out and trying new methods to increase my and Vrask's revenue, but none have ever brought about the desired results. Something I've seen that does work but has never been able to try is the human-demon couple dynamic. Over the years, I've observed firsthand just how attractive such pairings are in the eyes of the public. The appeal of such a relationship is its rarity, and now that the opportunity to partake in one has presented itself, I'd be a fool to blow it off. Most demons tend to accept a human chosen by a demon to mate with. They believe it's because the human has something remarkable about them, so much so that a demon has found them a suitable partner. Hannah is most certainly a remarkable human, and she'll be helping me in more ways than one with this plan. More eyes on my business will no doubt mean more conversions and sales, and my pockets could always do with a little more lining. I can't believe I'd be doing this, Hannah says, shaking her head. I never thought I'd be working with a human either, I reply. I never saw the use of cooperating with your kind, if I'm being honest. I always figured you humans were pathetic little creatures. And why exactly should we trust one another? Hannah, I could have handed you over to the authorities, yet you're sitting here in safe passage with me. Is that not reason enough, aside from the common enemy we have in our sights? I can't deny that, she says with a slight nod. I promise you safety under my company. All I ask in return is that you help me claim my retribution against Zathex. Once he's dealt with, our pact will dissolve, and you'll be free to return to your home. There is a long pause before I speak again, observing her concentrated silence. Are you with me or not? She speaks, then hesitates, grumbling to herself. Come on, Hannah. I need to know. An opportunity like this comes once in a lifetime. She turns to me, a hint of fear poking through her courageousness. It's a good plan, Kazrith, it really is. But even a great plan can fail. It's a big risk. What if it crashes and burns? I have a lot riding on this. Of course you do. I understand that. Keep in mind that the only way this will absolutely fail is if we don't try. I've said all I can say to convince her. The choice lies now solely in Hannah's hands. I hope she will use more of that bravery that got her to my carriage in the first place. It's not just me that she needs now, but herself too.
Chapter 11. Hannah. Think it over, but I need to know before we get going again, Kazrith says. The Zarins neigh and whinny, the world before us calm but secretly tumultuous. Kazrith holds their reins, ready to go at a moment's notice. I haven't accepted that I'm free from Zathex, still looking over my shoulder, expecting him to discover me at any moment. Leaving the comforts of New Solace, we now find ourselves on its outskirts, ready to journey to its docks. Depending on my response, of course. It's possible Kazrith will head off for Ioth, and I'll be left to fend for myself. Am I seriously considering this? He's proposing a fake marriage arrangement. I barely know this demon, and immediately he asks to marry me. Or rather, to fake marry me. I'm still not convinced I could even pass as his bride, fairly unswayed by his arguments. Being married to him could draw unnecessary attention my way. But the worst part is, it's not a bad idea. As long as we manage to convince people around us of its legitimacy, it could be a good cover for me. A seething pain cuts through my side. I can still see the indentations of the metal cuffs. Our shared mutual hatred of Zathex has been a strong uniting force. He tells me to think it over, but I know the expected answer is the only answer I can give. Zathex is our one common quest, so naturally I should say yes. But I just don't know if I can trust him. There's just something I need to deal with, I tell him, hoping to calm his insistence. I think of my father, stewing in poverty, left to his own devices. I know him and I know Zathex. I know Zathex probably hasn't told my father, which means that my father probably thinks I'm dead. I hesitate to think of what impulsive actions my father might take out of desperation. I hope he's still alive and that he's kept his faith in my absence. Okay, tell me what remaining business you have, and maybe we can work something out. His voice is gruff but not impatient. He looks at me expectantly. Unlike many of the men I've encountered, he looks at me with a modicum of respect. And not just because of what he stands to gain from our interaction. When he looks at me, I feel seen. But what if I'm wrong? What if I'm imagining things? He could easily take advantage of me. I could be entering into an even worse arrangement than I had with Zathex, belonging contractually to another malevolent entity. The thought gives me pause. It's nothing major, I tell him. Never mind. He seems trustworthy, but I also know that as a businessman, he has to be. I've seen the wrangled goods in his carriage. I wonder how he obtained them all. Did he earn them from people looking to rid themselves of their belongings, or did he cheat and manipulate the people of New Solace, grasping them from the clutches of the vulnerable and unwilling? We can't get on our way until you tell me what's wrong, he says, sensing my immediate reservations. I see him studying me over, noticing how I space out every time I look at him. So just talk. I can't help you if you don't talk. His charm is not without note. I avert my gaze, not wanting to gaze at him for too long. I thought Volvath demons were supposed to be more grotesque, more hard on the eyes. But Krith actually is a bit handsome. He has strong features and a sharp smile. His dark eyes are intense, but they fill me with a sense of ease. Why am I thinking this way about a demon? Shaking those thoughts away, I focus quickly on my father. He was the only thing keeping me sane in captivity. He's the only attachment I have left. If anything were to happen to him, I couldn't live with myself. And if I tell Krith about him, and I'm wrong about his intentions, he could use the information I give him to hurt me. But it's my only option. So I start to speak, then trail off. My father. Krith nods. Yes, you mentioned him, he says. I thought it was odd that you volunteered that information to a total stranger. He looks ahead at the beckoning open road. But like I told you, we can't exactly go back to your dad's place. Zathex is going to be looking for you there. It's the one place he can track you down. I swallow, afraid that saying it out loud might make it more real. He probably thinks I'm dead, I confess. And I'm kind of all he has left. An unnaturally strong breeze blows by, but the carriage remains strong as the trees look like they might uproot themselves. I see another carriage in the distance, covering my eyes against the sun's harsh glare, and the bustling docks just on the horizon. The longer I wait here, the more likely it is he'll find me, and then all of this will be for nothing. My foot throbs. I wonder if Krith has any bandages in this carriage. So what do you propose? Krith asks. He's not dismissive of my ideas, and looks to me seriously for suggestions. I don't sense any pretense here. And if we're able to let your father know you're okay, would you be more willing to consider my offer? The challenge is that if he leaves me unattended, Zathex is more likely to discover me. If I go back into the city, Zathex will also find me. Is there any way to get the message to him without compromising my location? If you had some stationery or some way of passing along a message, maybe you could let him know. Above me, birds call out from the trees and then begin to flock together. I tilt my head up to watch. I've heard this is how they keep track of each other, the karasu cawing out and fluttering wildly across the branches of a barren tree. Krith scratches his chin. I know somebody in New Solace, he says. Maybe I could let him know by karasu, and he could tell your father. I ponder over the implications. Now not only would I be involving Krith, but a third party as well. My options are starting to not look good. Or you could just send a message directly to my father, I propose, which drives him to shake his head. No, he says. Zathex will be expecting that. I laugh weakly. I think you might be slightly overestimating him. I've known Zathex to be crafty, but he's far from a mastermind. I think of his insidious smile, then shiver as a reflex. Anger creeps into Krith's voice. Like I told you, he robbed me of everything I had, leaving me destitute and hopeless. He'll do the same thing to you if given the chance. Honestly, I don't know if he could do much more to me than he already has. But Krith is resolute. Knowing him, he'll find a way. Whatever we're doing, we need to do it quickly. I nod. As long as your contact is trustworthy, then I trust you. Good. Krith retrieves a piece of parchment from the carriage, rummaging loudly. When he returns, he presses it down on his lap, quill at the ready. What would you like it to say? If it were to be intercepted, the consequences could be disastrous. Something vague, like, I'm safe. Don't go looking for me. I will find you. He scribbles down something, but it's nothing even remotely like what I said. You have to be thinking about the message falling into the wrong hands, he says. I left coded instructions at the bottom too, so that Vrask will know where to take the message. Fantastic, I say, relief flooding through me momentarily. Hopefully this Vrask type will get the job done right. Panic takes hold when I realise that even given these precautions, I'll have no way of knowing if he got the message. Khazrith holds out his arm for a few solid minutes. Eventually, a black bird lands on his shoulder. "All right," he says, giving the Karasu the scroll and tucking it into the bird's beak. "After this, we need to get going." I study the Karasu, which looks unremarkable compared to any of the other birds. Meanwhile, it tilts its head at me while holding the parchment. Is that bird really going to know where to take the message? Is it even going to make it there? He nods. "You might not believe it, but this isn't the first time we've done this. I even left a little red string on this guy's leg as proof. When you're running a business together, you need a way of getting messages out quickly." I look, and sure enough, I find a red bit of thread affixed to his sharp talon. "Strange. So you just let him fly around and trust that he'll find you wherever you go? Wouldn't it be safer to keep him caged in your carriage?" "Jedi doesn't like cages," he says, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He has a funny way of following me around whenever I'm in New Solace, and that's usually enough. I look from Khazrith to the Karasu in disbelief, understanding now that he may be more resourceful than I realised. He looks like a typical brute, muscles rippling with every breath, but there's something far deeper that I look forward to understanding. And what if I were to say no? I ask suddenly, possibly as a test. What if I decided this fake marriage wasn't the best arrangement? "Then I would wish you well and send you on your way," he replies, sending the Karasu flying with a nudge of his arm. "But you'd be far better off if you agreed, I think. I don't know what's going to happen to you in New Solace with Zathex running around. And who knows? Maybe someone else will snatch you up and throw you back into shackles." My gaze wanders from the expectant, patient stare on his face to the warrior's body this salesman has cultivated. Upon closer inspection, I notice the muscles sneaking out from beneath his loose clothing. There's something exciting about the danger of this agreement, and I realise that it somehow makes it more, not less, enticing. "All right," I say finally. "I'll do it. But only because you've been good to me so far." He nods in affirmation, unable to hide how pleased he is. "But know that this verbal agreement isn't binding," I warn. "If I see the slightest hint that you intend to screw me over, I'm pulling out." "I would expect nothing less," he replies. He stirs the carriage into motion, and our journey together begins.
Rosenfire, our family holds great weight and power in Orthani, and yet I hear whispers.
Do you think he can take him?
There is no way that this could happen.
No, more books. I can't remain locked in this ivory tower a moment longer.
She's perfect. The Baron's daughter must be found.
Julius, we shouldn't.
Why shouldn't we?
I am not a full dark elf. I do not possess their ethereal beauty. How will I find a mate?
The lowly Baron's son apparently has shown that he has the same gift of fire-wielding as I, if not stronger.
I am the family's dirty little secret. I am not the future of the family. Dukan is.
This world was created from a seed of evil.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, let me go.
If you want to join the poor humans who are bought and sold in the markets on a daily basis, you will find a way to get there.
I am free, and I am terrified.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail. Get seasons 1 and 2 of the Dark Elf series from worldsofprotheka.com.
Protheka's magic is eternal. This series will show you why.
Chapter 12. Khazrith. How does she avoid buckling, when everybody else I've seen in her position has crumbled under the pressure? From out of the tumultuous ocean, water droplets spray our faces, the boat's trajectory unsettled against the roaring winds. Somewhere in the unseen distance, Ioth looms, and I just watch Hannah, studying her carefully. It's as though I think the secret to her composure might be hidden somewhere in her dimpled cheeks or her large, shining eyes. She intrigues me. She's described her struggles in intimate detail, mostly to gain my compassion, and I've fallen for her manipulations with no regrets. I've been watching her discreetly, trying to figure out if she's actually serious with what we've agreed. She has more to lose than I do, without a doubt, and she could very well be a traitor. But the more I've watched her, the more I've realized that she's sincere. Considering she's a pretty human woman, it's nice to have her around. The boat crashes forward, and I stabilize myself while she nearly loses her balance. I've seen the defeat in the eyes of her peers. I can still see the humans lined up at the auction block, ready to sell themselves to Volvath demons who would just as easily view them as toys. When we see the unliving carcasses of humans who have given up, discarding themselves in the streets, we've learned not to blink. They are, after all, disposable. But that's not her at all. After countless losses and very little relief, she remains steadfast, not wavering for a moment. There's something deeply admirable about it, or perhaps something deeply foolish. After all, we all meet our untimely ends. Why is she only prolonging hers? Would I have come out so pristine and well put together if I had her past, if I were born a human, with her life and unending misfortune? Somehow I do not think so. It seems stupid to maintain a shred of hope in her position. What is it? Her head swivels and her eyes change their focus from the vast and infinite horizon to my face. Several miners cry overhead, some landing atop the mainmast, while others jump and swoop around. I can see a storm approaching, but I know that we will weather it. Nothing, I tell her. I just forget how long this boat ride takes sometimes. From what you've told me, it'll be a while, she says. But I think you'd be used to it by now, with how much traveling you do. She speaks to me almost like an equal. For most of my life, I've been told humans are not good for more than breeding, less intelligent than our livestock, which made it all the more perplexing why my peers were so willing to die for this companionship. The hypocrites themselves erected this societal rule. Now they suddenly view them as viable romantic partners? Have I been lied to? It doesn't make it any easier, I tell her, not daring to convey my thoughts as I look upon her with fascination. Yeah, I travel a lot, but if anything, the boredom just intensifies for me. She nods. That's unfortunate. She isn't wrong, though. The journey ahead of us will be long. For hours we've been traveling, and we're not even a fraction of the way there. We still haven't passed Glebe or Leaser. So what's all this like? Walk me through a day in your life, Hannah says. I grin, then turn my head. I consider not answering her. It seems like a stupid question. But then, maybe I'd be curious too if I grew up deeply impoverished and surrounded by Xaphans. There's not that much to it, to be honest. A lot of it is just keeping up with your customers. She looks at me curiously, and I realize I haven't actually said anything meaningful. You bring what you think people will like, and not much more than that. Traveling light is important. So it's mostly traveling then? I don't know why she takes such an interest. I've never had to discuss what I do with anybody before. I'd say it's 60% traveling, 20% research, 10% luck, and 10% conversation. Her eyes grow wide. Her tongue swipes along her chapped bottom lip in thought, but then she gazes at me again. Have you ever done so poorly? Had such bad luck? You wound up stranded somewhere with no way of getting home? I chuckle at this. Well, my animals would have to be dead for that, I reply honestly. But there was a time when business was really tough, back before I met my associate. I've had some close calls. I see a faint landmass in the distance obscured by black clouds. So who do you sell to? Are they all like you? I eye her suspiciously. You're asking an awful lot of questions about my business, I tell her. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were a spy. She stares back at me with a frown forming, and I chuckle at the sheer improbability of it, while also trying to convey my humor. It's true that she's competent enough to be a spy. That would even make a lot of sense. But I'm not deluded enough to think anybody cares about my business among all of the other Volvoth demons. I'm a very small fish in a very large lake. That'll change one day, though. She laughs nervously. Just trying to pass the time, she says. Figured it's better than standing here in awkward silence. How familiar are you with demons? I ask. Because if you don't let me know, I'm probably going to bore you to tears. She shakes her head. Not very well, I suppose, she says. I mean, occasionally we see demons walking through New Solace, but I don't ask many questions. I've only heard rumors of what goes on in Ioth. I nod. So I'm a Volvoth demon, which is kind of the default, and kind of my major clientele, I say, watching her to ensure I don't lose her attention. The Sazgaroth are more magical and discerning, and sometimes I hook the attention of a Trollvar, but they don't tend to buy from me as much. I'll pretend I know what any of those words mean. I think I see her eyes glazing over. Volvoth demons just look like me, more or less. Sazgaroth are smaller, and they tend to have pointier ears and do better magic, and the Trollvar have more feral attributes. If you saw a Trollvar, you'd know. She puzzles over my words. And those are all the demons? She asks. I laugh. Then when I realize she isn't joking, I stop, and I clear my throat instead. No. Well, there's royalty, and then there are the matrons. They don't live as citizens like we do. They're on a higher rung. So not worth bothering with? More like I don't want to be arrested. They're very particular about who they deal with. Hannah nods. So there's like a hierarchy? Pretty much. And I wouldn't deal with Gilak either. They're too stupid to care about most commerce. Got it. The ship starts to shake more, and before I know what's happening, the boat hits a crashing wave. Hannah loses her balance, nearly falling onto the deck before I catch her in my arms, dipping down. Her skin is softer than I realized. She looks up at me, realizing that I hold her survival in my grasp. She breaks away from me nervously. I huff slightly, coughing to cover up the incident. And you really think they're going to go for me? Where do I fall in this hierarchy? I look at her seriously. I think you probably know, I answer. But I guess I'll tell you anyway. You're just below the Zonak and Urgan demons. And those are? Pets and slaves. Immediately I see the spirit lift from her body, her face growing suddenly gaunt. I see. For a moment, there's an uncomfortable silence. But just as you don't see that many demons in New Solace, we don't see many humans. Which means that I'm even more likely to stand out. I sigh. Don't interrupt me, I say, clenching my jaw. I was going to say that they'll probably take care of you regardless of your social status. Demons have a funny way of valuing novelty. They don't see many humans, so they'll be more enamored with you, especially if they believe I've chosen you as a mate. At that realization, I feel a pain in my chest, however subtle. Is this jealousy I'm feeling? It's been so long that I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. Somehow the thought of other demons looking at her the same way I do makes me deeply uncomfortable, though I can't put my finger on why. I might have to table that thought for later. It seems so utterly inconsequential right now and could only be a distraction. But I'm still going to be under a magnifying glass, she says, meaning that I can't draw too much more attention to myself. I nod. I think of the eyes upon both of us as we make our union public and apparently official. How many will gaze upon my choice of partner and scold me for it? How many will exoticize her, treating her as a pet? These are all misgivings Hannah mentioned, and I rightfully dismissed them. Our scheme still needs to develop beyond the planning stages. I'd like to be looking ahead, figuring out Zathex's plans before he does, but so much of it is still dependent on context I don't have. I can't let this human girl blind me to my goals. Hannah could either be integral to my revenge, or she could be a solid distraction that obstructs my path. What role she serves is partly up to her, but mostly up to me. As I look at her, Trying to conceal my admiration, I try to avert my eyes. I need to remember that this arrangement is strictly professional and could dissolve at any given moment. "Still a long way yet," she says. I hum, looking out at the distant horizon. In several more hours we'll reach Ioth, where I have little idea what to expect. I still believe she'll be welcomed with open arms and that I have no reason to worry. But the idea of something going wrong still has me somewhat concerned. In business, you have to be prepared for any eventuality or threat. "It'll be over before you know it," I reply.
Chapter 13. Hannah. I wish I could say I had a good night's rest, but the truth is that I couldn't catch a single wink despite the comfort of the bedding. That, and the ocean's waves make it difficult to remain asleep. The whole night consisted of turning over in bed in worry about my father's well-being. Not only that, but I'm worried about what all of this means for my future. The perfect plan for my life was laid out right in front of me. All it took was one Zaphan to turn it upside down. I find it ironic that my quest for wings has led me to unite with a Volvath demon. How strange things seem to turn out sometimes. How will I ever explain this to my future grandchildren? I say, laughing dryly in disbelief. The morning sun has risen in the red sky. Somehow, I'm not exhausted, but I'm going to need a good rest sooner rather than later. Perhaps, for now, my fuel is the thought of returning safely to my father's arms. It'd make everything thus far, and all that's to come, worth it, I mutter. I rise to my feet just as Krith knocks and enters, holding a cup of caffo for me. I thank him and sip on the dark, nourishing mix. "You didn't sleep well, did you?" he asks. Is it obvious? "We'll be arriving at Ioth very soon. It won't be long until you can get some proper rest. Come join me outside. The view is marvellous." He lingers in the doorway for a moment, brandishing a handsome smile my way. I wonder if he's alluding to me, which quickly leads me to turn away at the thought in embarrassment. I meet him on the deck a few minutes later, greeted by him and the indeed amazing view of Ioth's coastline. In the far distance are great cliffs, clawing out of the mainland like the talons of airborne predators. Dotted along the central area in front of us are the docks, with ships of many sizes arriving and leaving at a fast pace. I spot fishermen's boats with their catches of the day, military warships, and travellers' vessels just like this one all anchoring down. The sight is picturesque, and I'm soon to be a part of it with my fake husband. There's a great port city that looms behind the docks, stretching over the land, its magnificent buildings overseeing the ocean below. "You were right about the view," I remark. "Yes, it's breathtaking. What makes this city even better is that there are nowhere near as many Zaphans scuttering around the place, though I hope you won't mind all the demons. There'll be more of those than you're accustomed to." "I can handle them," I say with a proud smile. After all, I did train for my wings, so I can handle a bunch of demons. Krith returns the smile and nods in approval. As soon as we dock, we make our way to the markets where Krith purchases some new clothes for me. My old ones are in tatters, and they reek of musk and ocean salt. Once they're procured, we stop at a restaurant for a bite to eat. We sit outdoors, watching the busy streets. As I sip on a bloodsuckle tea, I observe the chaos, watching demons running in every direction, drunks stumbling along the sidewalks, and parents chasing their mischievous horned children around stalls. The citizens here are louder and far less reserved. I've been here an hour, and I've already been witness to 2 street brawls and a violent arrest of a shop thief. Krith finishes his drink and props down an empty pint on the table. "So, what do you think of Ioth so far, Hannah?" he asks. I tilt my head as I spectate the goings-on of the demon civilians. Swallowing thickly, I set down my cup and gaze at Krith. His loose shirt dips low, revealing much of his muscular chest. His black hair has started to curl slightly at the ends because of the ocean breeze. Hopefully, he didn't catch me staring. As strange as it may sound, there's a certain profound serenity to it all. You really think so? He asks, perking a brow. Most certainly. Maybe it's the lack of Zaphans that's making me feel this way. An astute observation, he remarks. The mainland architecture consists mostly of sharp skyscrapers, each point and curve of the building shaped like the tip of either a sword or an axe. I admire the detail in each carving and statue, so brilliantly executed with an artist's hand. It's less modern than what I'm used to back in New Solace, but there's a certain charm to it all that I find myself drawn to. At least the demons here don't masquerade themselves as heroes. They're honest, albeit brusque with their words, and it's incredibly refreshing. Are you ready to head to my estate? We'll take a carriage. I depart on my second carriage ride with Krith as we journey to his home in the city outskirts, further along the coastline. He explains that this port city is called Zimos, and it's always bustling with activity no matter the time of day. As we move away towards the nearby hills, the roads become less occupied and frenzied, allowing some breathing room for me to take in the beautiful nature of Ioth. Almost all of the bushes and trees are blackened, some of them even appearing charred. Krith informs me that it is simply the way they grow, and that it's perfectly normal for Ioth. Wildfires here are also much more common, but flames carry lots of usage here. I cover my face as Krith talks, trying but failing to stifle an exhausted yawn. The combined effects of my escape and the passage to the demon continent have begun to catch up on me. My eyes are as heavy as anvils. It is becoming difficult to keep myself awake. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, I say. Worry not, my fake husband replies with an amused smile. We're coming up to my residence now. Have a look. I pull the interior curtains fully back, watching a gated property come rocking closer. Maybe it's my tiredness, but I can't believe what I'm seeing is all Krith's. The carriage enters through a shiny gate, passing underneath an archway. The gate clangs shut behind us. I don't like having visitors, he says, hence the gating. I must be special, I joke. That you are. The pathway is lined with a neatly trimmed hedge on either side. Flowers I've never seen before sprout out of them, red, pink, and orange in hue. Statues of the wildlife are spaced evenly apart, almost looking like guardians of the property. Beyond the low hedges are gardens, where I see demons at work. I have a team of staff working for me, servants, gardeners and such. Makes the upkeep here possible, especially when I'm out travelling on business. I want to stroll through the gardens and spectate their beauty, but I don't feel like overstepping my chances here. I mentally note to bring it up at a later stage, when I'm more comfortable with being considered the lady of the household. The structure of his home is the pinnacle of his property. It's a 2-story building, its exterior decor a grandiose display of wealth and luxury. 2 balconies jut out from the second floor, no doubt giving an excellent view of the gardens and the city. Sitting along the rooftop are more delicately carved statues. The entrance is a monstrous set of dark doors with a knocker shaped like an urchin's claw. You seem shocked, Krith comments low, staring at me with narrowed eyes. You never told me you owned such a luxurious home. I'm a businessman, he says simply. And I take pride in my residence. After all, I've got to have something to show for my work, do I not? I knew you had money, but I didn't imagine this. He holds his smile as he opens the carriage door. After helping me down, he tips the driver and guides me to the door. It opens as we approach. A demon appears in the vast doorway, smiling at the sight of Krith, then dropping ever so slightly at me. Corin, it's good to see you. Likewise, Master Krith. I see we have a guest, the servant says, his last word spoken unsurely. Perhaps he thinks I'm a slave. This is my mate, Hannah. Krith speaks proudly. I met her in New Solace, and we decided to marry each other on a whim. Love works mysteriously, Corin remarks slowly, but then he dips his head. "Welcome, Hannah." I bow my head and return the greeting, eager to get on the servant's good side. "I shall have the master bedroom prepared for 2 then," he says. One moment," Kazrith interjects, looking at me as I try to hide the burning of my ears. "We'll have her stay in the guest room for now, just while she grows accustomed to the home. I'll show her to the space." Corin's studious gaze darts between my fake husband and me. "I'll show her to her quarters," Kazrith reaffirms. "In the meantime, unload the cart, would you? Store my goods carefully." "It will be done." Corin shoots me another strange gaze as he strolls past. I follow Kazrith deeper into his home, where more evidence of his wealth comes into display during a short tour. Some open doors lead through into hallways, all of which are lit by sconces planted along the wall. Several art pieces of the city are displayed in the foyer, which doubles as the lounge room. In between each painting are bizarre pottery formations, which Kazrith tells me he procured from craftsmen in the market hub. He's got quite exquisite taste. Even the bathroom is bigger than my old home. The tubs are big enough to accommodate 4 humans. The servants I encounter along the way raise an eyebrow at me, but are courteous nonetheless. Likely because they're under the watchful eye of Kazrith. I don't want to imagine what he does to the subordinates who get on his bad side. "Your quarters are right through here," he says, opening a door into a spacious bedroom. "It should have everything you need, but I've never had a human stay here before. Need I request for any alterations to suit your comfort?" Kazrith peers down at me, his posture strong. But something in his eyes makes me feel calm. For so long I've been running, but I'm starting to feel safe. "Why?" "A demon, of all creatures, is making me feel this way. An incredibly attractive and wealthy one, I might add. Maybe I won't be dreading this stay in Ioth after all." It's at that moment that I'm hit with a newfound sense of appreciation for the demon. I've known him for less than a day, yet he has treated me better than any Zafan I've met in my entire life. He's opened his home to me, and will aid in getting me back to my father. What if? The mere thought of a future with him sprouts in my mind, but he interrupts my musing with a repeat of his question. "Oh, yes. There's just a few things I need." Kazrith and I stand by as he orders the servants to bring more blankets, lower the mirrors, and install blackout curtains. My new clothes are hauled in at his behest. When everything is done, he says a quick farewell and turns to leave. I nearly grab him by the wrist, but remember my boundaries. Instead, I blurt out the words. "Kazrith, I just want to say thank you for everything." He smiles, his eyes sparkling with a marvellous glimmer. I wonder what goes on in that head of his. "Thank you for aiding me in the pursuit of our mutual enemy. My servants are at your beckoning. Rest well." He takes my hand and kisses it before leaving. I find myself missing his company as soon as he leaves, wishing he'd have stayed. Alas, he is a busy demon. I retreat to the comfort of the warm bed, grateful for the chance to finally rest.
Chapter 14. Kazrith. "Sir?" Looking up from my documents, I spot Corin standing at the doorway of my study. He bows low before straightening himself up again. "Shall we send dinner straight to the humans' room?" "Her name is Hannah, and you will address her as such," I reply simply. Leaning back in my seat, I glare at my servant. "She is my wife. Have you forgotten that?" "Forgive me, sir. I didn't mean to offend, but—" Corin hesitates before continuing. "She's only been here for a week, and you haven't been seen regularly with her. I only assumed—" "Exactly." I rise from my seat loudly, rounding the desk to stand closer to Corin. He clears his throat and bows his head. "You assumed, but you're wrong. Have you not seen how busy I've been since my return?" "Forgive me, sir," he whispers. "I've made sure that my wife is well taken care of, have I not? Does it really matter if I haven't seen her frequently when I've hardly seen anyone at all? I'm working." A shadow extension emerges from my back and reaches out for his chin, forcing him to look me in the eyes. My work is what ensures you have a steady income. Indeed, sir. Corin's gaze falters briefly. Forgive me. I meant no disrespect. Hearing the sincerity of his words, I roll my eyes and return to my desk. Make sure Hannah is well fed with whatever meal she desires. Bring her some flowers from the gardens and tell her they're from me. Thank you, Corin. You may go. Corin bows before leaving, shutting the double doors behind him. I slump in my seat, letting out a long sigh as I cover my tired face with my hands. These bastards don't believe me, I whisper, the realization dawning upon me. They don't believe Hannah's my wife. How am I supposed to fool the world when I can't even fool the ones in my own home? In fact, Corin brought up a good point. I've been so immersed in my work that I've forgotten to seek out Hannah at times. What an awful look. That doesn't mean I haven't thought about her, though. Hannah has been ever present within the confines of my mind, but I can't really prove that to my servants. As I take my work in hand, I vow to do a better job at being a husband for Hannah. A fake husband. Only then might we be able to return to New Solace together. Speaking of which, a certain letter lies on my desk. I reach out for it, recognizing the signature and the stamp. The spy I've hired must have found more information about Zathex, which pleases me. I open the letter and take in the words quickly, hoping that our chance to avenge Hannah's lost dream can come soon. Hannah's lost dream? Zathex wronged you too. She isn't the only reason you're willing to eliminate the Xaphan bastard. My mind tries to reason with me. As much as I want to ignore the truth, it's becoming harder to deny. Hannah has given me a new purpose in life. The human woman never seems to leave my thoughts these days. I'm starting to think that I miss her more than I'm willing to admit. Thank you, Hannah says as we walk through my gardens. She trails her fingertips along one of the dark blue keep blossoms as we pass. I was starting to get a bit lonely. Sorry about that. My posture remains stiff, so it's a conscious effort to remember to relax a bit, especially around my servants who aren't too convinced by my act. I hope you've been enjoying the flowers and meals I've been sending you. Absolutely, they're great, and the servants have been nice to me. They need to be, I reply brusquely, or else they'll lose their hands. Oh, don't be like that. Hannah lightly swats at my arm, shaking her head. They have good reasons to not trust me. I came out of nowhere, and you plopped me into your home as if I've been here forever. Subordinates isn't something I take lightly, Hannah. If they're disrespecting you, then they're disrespecting me. Hannah glances at me with a quizzical expression before turning away and nodding. Yeah, okay. I clench my jaw, realizing that she's just looking for an easy conversation. I'm making things a little too intense. One of my shadows extends from my back to reach a pink flower resting at the very top of an ujil tree nearby. I pluck it off its stem and bring it down, presenting it in front of Hannah. She smiles sweetly and takes it from my hands. You're becoming a romantic, Kazrith. No, I'm not. But I should be, I say, reminding myself that I'll have to take Hannah outside of my estate sometime soon. Our plan will backfire miserably if I can't act the part of a doting husband. Doting husband? You're stooping to the lowest of lows for a human woman of all things. That critical voice at the back of my head nearly gives me pause, but then I remember all the profits that will come my way once my patrons see that I have a human woman to call a wife. The spectacle will make everything worth it. Once Hannah and I make it to the end of our walk, she dips her head and thanks me again for the flower. You really made my day by doing this with me, you know? She's lonely. I can see it in her gaze. She spends most of her time in her bedroom, but I've already given her permission to wander around the estate. Do the servants intimidate her? Do I intimidate her still? I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Hannah, I say. Smiling wide, Hannah looks the prettiest she has since she snuck onto my carriage back in New Solace. The wind swiftly passes through her dark hair as she tucks the pink flower behind her ear. I don't reciprocate the grin. I just stare, trying to make sense of the emotions flowing through me. See you later, Kazrith. As much as I want to follow her, I stay put and watch as she disappears through the double doors that lead to the dining room. Why am I feeling this way? Why are these strange thoughts about her passing through my mind? Shaking my head, I make my way back to my study, ready to dive into another evening of work to take my mind off of things. I stare at the documents in front of me. My eyes skim the words over and over, unable to focus properly. Something keeps tugging my attention away. Eventually, I organize the papers neatly on the table and push them to the other side of my desk. I sigh, rubbing a hand along my face as I try to make sense of what's going on. It's quite simple, really. I can't stop thinking about Hannah and the way she looked a few days ago in the garden. Her green eyes stared up at me with so much emotion that I have yet to decipher fully. Her dark hair flowed nicely with the pink flower tucked behind her ear. Since then, I've made more attempts to see her in the mornings whenever she wakes up. I'm up at strange hours for the sake of my business operations, so it gives me the opportunity to see her before I get the day started. For some reason, my mood is immediately lifted whenever my eyes land on her small form. "Sir?" Corin stands at the doorway with a tray in his right hand, balanced nicely upon his fingertips. His other hand rests behind his back. "This is the kafo you wanted, sir," he says, as if to remind me. After blinking a few times, I clear my throat and beckon him forward. Corin nods and obeys, setting the tray on the desk. He pours the dark liquid into my cup and hands it to me. "How's my wife?" I ask, staring directly into his eyes as I take a sip of the steaming hot liquid. The bitterness laces my tongue upon contact, a taste I've grown thoroughly accustomed to. "I assume you all have been taking good care of her, yes?" "Indeed, sir. We delivered some of the dresses you picked out for her directly to her closet, and she's been taking more walks through the gardens. She's even shown an interest in the library." "Good." Leaning back into my seat, I let out a sigh. She's getting more comfortable, which is a promising sign. This is her home, after all. For now, at least. "Would you like anything else, sir?" "Yes, I do," I reply, setting aside my cup. "I would like you to tell the kitchen that I'm organizing a dinner for my wife and me tonight. I want them to make the best dishes possible." "Of course, sir. Any special requests?" "Make everything. Absolutely everything. My wife isn't from Ioth, as you know, so I want to introduce her to the best dishes our culture has to provide." Corin smiles slightly. "Wonderful idea, sir. I believe your wife has truly been immersing herself in our culture, and this will help even more." I give a self-satisfied hum. "Go on, then." "Yes, sir." Corin dips low before hurrying out of the study with the empty tray in his hand. Once he's gone, I start imagining Hannah in a nice dress as we dine together. I imagine her expressions and her mannerisms as she tries some of my favorite dishes. I already see myself making the cook start all over on new dishes if she doesn't like what she's presented with. Any good husband would cater to their wives in such a way. Why shouldn't I go along with the process?
Chapter 15. Hannah. I've been living with Krith as his fake wife for just over a week now. One might think staying with a demon is a nightmare, but truthfully, it's been quite the opposite. Most certainly a far cry from how the Xavans depicted this race as gargantuan brutes. I sit by the window, reflecting on the peace I've been granted under Krith's protection, while awaiting action on our plan to rid the world of Zathex. There's no need for a Zafan as useless as him anyway. I gaze out to the sea, spotting the brink of Glebe in the far distance. The Xafan haven of New Solace lies beyond that continent. I wish I could forget about that wretched place, but how can I when my father is still there? I miss you, and I hope you're doing okay without me. My solace is broken by a polite knock at the door. I turn and stand just as it opens, Krith stepping inside. "Oh, wow," I say a little too loudly at the sight of him. He dons a dress shirt, its top buttons undone to show off just a glimpse of his chiselled chest. The glimmer of the red sun reflects off of his shining cufflinks. The sound of his heavy footsteps bounces between the walls, courtesy of his black boots wrapped around a pair of well-fitted trousers. I swallow hard, knowing good and well that I shouldn't be staring like this. But I can't help it. With each passing day, I find him more attractive, but it kills me inside to know that nothing will ever happen between us. Nothing physical, anyway. "You look good," I say, hoping he doesn't see my cheeks blushing the same shade as the red sky. "What's the occasion?" "I'd like to dine with you tonight in the banquet hall. I've already requested the cooks prepare a meal if you'll be my guest." "Oh, of course," I answer, surprised at the gesture. "Let me change into something nicer. I'll join you in a few minutes." "I'll see you out there," he says with a smile. Damn, he looks hot. I should match him. Maybe there's something I can wear in the closet. When I find the perfect silk black gown, I wonder if Krith had it put there on purpose. My skin grows hot at the thought of him picking an outfit for me. I fan myself as much as I can during the changing process. All the while I keep pondering, is this a date? I draw a deep breath to calm the heat inside me. Then I make my way to the dining hall. The table stretches almost lengthways across the entire hall, lined with aromatic dishes. A candelabra sits close to where Krith is seated, its flame dancing erratically. Candles are also lit on various stands and nearby shelves, casting a warm, intimate glow over the room. Upon my entry, Krith rises from his chair. "You look marvellous," he says with sincerity, a handsome smile stretching across his lips. "I knew the gown would look excellent on you." So he did pick it out. "Thank you," I say. He guides me to the seat next to his, pulling it out for me. "I'd prefer it if we don't have to shout across the table," he jokes, a rumble of a laugh coming from his muscular chest. Corin approaches as Krith takes his chair, filling our glasses with an orange wine from a silver decanter. Once our first course is plated, the servant makes himself scarce. I look around to see if there's anyone else here, but it's just Krith and I. I can't help but smile at that. "This is a lovely setup," I comment, pulling the glass of wine closer. "I suppose I owe you yet another thank you. My stay here has been nothing short of accommodating." He mimics me in picking up his wine. "There is no need to keep thanking me. By now I'm starting to consider you a friend, Hannah. After all, we united over a common cause." "Can't say I thought I'd ever be friends with a demon, or any demon for that matter." "Likewise, you pathetic human," he quips, clinking his glass with mine. I shake my head, laughing in unison with him. The fruity wine slides smoothly down my throat without burning. All jokes aside, I'm glad to have found a strong ally in you, Hannah. He pours me another glass and gestures for me to begin eating. "Me? No, I'm not as strong as you think." "Why do you say that?" he asks. I look at the piece of meat impaled by the prongs of my fork. I feel like a Zaphan staring down a disposable human. I could have been stronger had I gotten my wings in the end, but Zathex just had to ruin that for me. "What he did wasn't your fault. You should know that well by now," he says, slicing easily into his meat and shoving a huge piece into his mouth. "I know that, but I feel robbed of what I'd strived for and worked so hard towards." Krith swirls the wine in his glass. In my peripheral vision, I feel him staring me down. I hope I'm not making myself look like a fool. "Do you regret your decision to turn Zathex down?" I chew as I think, distracted by the meat's succulent taste and tenderness. I've never had such a rich meal before. Of course not. At the same time, I can't help but think I've screwed my father and me over in doing so. Krith nods, sipping on his wine. "I mean no harm, but I think Zaphans will find any reason to oppose humans, wings or not." "I suppose you're right. A human is the worst thing you can be. There's scrutiny everywhere you go." "I can only imagine. Never mind the troubles for a moment. What is it you really want out of this life?" "That's easy. a peaceful existence for my father and I. I just hope I have the strength to work all of this out. Hannah, Krith speaks, the sound of my name smooth on his tongue. I've never met anyone with your tenacity. You have every reason to cower down and submit to the Zaphans, but you keep fighting. The broken parts of me listen intently to his words, the parts that need to hear them the most. For so long, I've been yearning to have this sort of validation from someone. From anyone, really. The words come out of a demon's mouth and nothing has ever felt more sweet. Bravery is a trait that most will never possess. I won't lie, Hannah. I once thought of humans as useless. I know now that I was wrong. There's some strong ones in your midst. I smile both at the delicious food and his compliment. Well, I don't think you'd arrange such a gracious meal for someone so useless. No, I suppose not, he smirks. By the way, is the food to your satisfaction? Does my almost empty plate answer that? He portions out a small helping of another dish while I reach for the bottle, filling his wine before passing it back to him. As he takes it, our fingers brush. His hands are invitingly warm and unexpectedly soft, as are his eyes, glowing as the candelabra's flames dance within them. Wishing each other good health, we drink. This wine pairs well with the food, I remark. Yes, it's a rare bottle from Vesnios. Hannah, I have a personal question I'd like to ask. I nod, leaning forward to give him my full attention. You've mentioned your father a few times now. What about your mother? Is she still present in your life? An unintentional silence ensues, his question casting me deep into my past, delving into part of the reason behind my bond with my father. The recollection of her is soothing yet painful. The faint memories of her voice play in my head. I swallow the lump in my throat and then look up at Krith. His gaze is studious and patient, perhaps knowing the emotional depth his question carries. I don't suspect he'll push for an answer, but I feel no resistance to opening up to him. There's no reason to be afraid. We're supposed to be a couple. My mother passed away when I was a very young girl, I finally say. My voice is hoarse, and I clear my throat before continuing. I don't have too many memories with her, but the ones I do remember are fond. I cherish them deeply. My condolences, Krith says softly. She would be proud of you. I hope so, I say, turning away to dash a tear. That's why it's so important I get back to my father. He lost his wife. He should not have to lose his daughter too. My mind goes blank for a moment as I recollect myself. That's when I feel Krith's hand lay gently on my wrist, his grip firm yet not overpowering. I promise we'll get you back to him. Thank you, Krith. I trust you. The main course is followed by a sweet dessert, coupled with a strong serving of kafo. Even after the meal concludes, we continue chatting. Things feel more normal than they have in a long time, allowing me to forget my troubles for a few hours of hearty laughter, good food, and a real connection. He tells me stories of his past travels, his numerous fights, and the friends and enemies he's made along the way, and I listen and laugh over my glass of wine. A clock chimes somewhere distant in the abode by the time the skies have turned completely dark. I only now notice how close we've inched towards one another. Well, I suppose it's time to rest, I say, wiping my mouth with a napkin. Let me walk you to your room. He offers his arm, which I accept, wrapping up our conversation as we draw nearer to my quarters. He opens the door and gestures for me to enter. I don't notice he's following me until I turn around. It's getting harder to explain to the servants why we're sleeping separately, he says, a suggestive smile invitingly pulling me closer. Yeah, I suppose a new mate can only settle in by herself for so long, I say, biting my bottom lip for a moment. We'll need to think of something. I know just the thing. His hand rests on the doorknob, and for a moment, I think he's about to bid me good night. Instead, he closes the door behind him. The demon closes the distance between us, my heart beating so heavily inside my chest that I swear I'm about to pass out. I suspect I'll have to stay here until the servants retire to their chambers. They'll think we'll be in the master bedroom. A splendid idea, I say, surprised I can get a single word out of my mouth. Perhaps we should pass the time. I don't suppose you have any ideas for that either. You're talking to a demon full of them.
Chapter 16. Kazareth. I linger in Hannah's bedroom longer than I intend to. There's something between us that hums with a quiet intensity, a melody that only the two of us can hear. She sits on the edge of her bed, her hands clasped delicately over her lap, her vivid emerald eyes brimming with an emotion I cannot decipher. Silence engulfs us, but it doesn't feel empty or cold. It's warm, inviting even. Like an intricate dance rehearsed over countless evenings, she twirls a strand of hair around her slender finger, while I watch shadows dance around the room, from candles flickering on walls and the silhouettes of trees outside the window. "Tell me," Hannah finally breaks the silence, her voice teetering between curiosity and trepidation. All the wine she drank must be catching up to her. "What do you see when you look at me?" The question hangs in the air for a mere moment. How do I tell her? How do I say that when I look at her, I see a masterpiece tinged not just with beauty, but with resilience and strength, born out of tragedy, that I see depth to her she herself may not realize? "I see," I begin, my words lost amidst a sea of thoughts. She seems to hold her breath as my gaze finds hers. A woman who's far stronger than she believes herself to be, I finally respond, my voice steady yet brimming with sincerity. I see someone who's faced formidable waves and has not been swept away. Instead, she's learned to ride them, to conquer them. Hannah's eyes widen slightly, her hands unclasping to cradle each other in surprise. The fiery glow of the candlelight seems to enhance the green of her eyes, making them appear almost unnaturally bright. She swallows hard, blinking rapidly as if fighting off tears. "I see beauty," I continue, drinking in her surprise with a sense of satisfaction. Not just the kind that's apparent to the eyes, but the kind that lingers, hidden beneath layers of resilience and wit. Her lips part slightly as if she has a retort ready at her tongue's tip, but no sounds escape. The silence returns, but it's different this time, loaded with revelations and confessions. My gaze turns soft as I watch her grapple with my words, something that truly only happens when she's around. I see a mixture of vulnerability and defiance in her eyes, defiance towards the world that had tried to break her, and vulnerability towards me, towards my words that have peeled back her defenses. I close the distance between us, unable to resist the pull I feel toward her any longer. My mouth descends hungrily onto hers. She stiffens at first, caught off guard. But as I gently cup her cheek, she melts into the kiss, her hands coming up to grip my shirt, pulling me closer. It's a sweet surrender, both of us giving in to the passion that has been building since our eyes first locked on my carriage back in New Solace. Her lips are soft against mine, yielding yet responsive. The taste of her is intoxicating, a heady mix of innocence and desire that leaves me reeling. I tighten my hold on her, drawing her close until there is no space left between us, until every inhale is laced with the scent of her, a blend of wine and flowers that teases my senses. Slowly, I pull away from the kiss. Opening my eyes, I find her watching me, unguarded and open. The softer glow from the moonlight streaming through the window casts shadows over her features and deepens the green of her eyes. For a minute, we just look at each other, breathing heavily. Her eyes travel down to my mouth before flickering back up to meet my gaze again. She's beautiful. I tried to convince myself otherwise for the sake of our agreement, but there's no use fighting these emotions anymore. Not when I have her cradled in my arms like this. She wants this as much as I do. I reach out to tuck a few loose strands of black hair behind her ear. "Hannah," I whisper against her lips, My hand drifts down her arm, tracing the curve of her shoulder before resting at the small of her back. "Yes," she answers breathlessly. "I want you," I confess earnestly, even though I know she already suspects it. Her face softens as she places her hand over mine, a delicate smile playing on her lips as she leans into my touch. Our gazes remain locked, a silent conversation unfolding between us. Words seem unnecessary. Our eyes convey emotions more potent than any string of sentences could ever articulate. There's desire, of course, a kind that sets the blood aflame, but there's also a profound sense of understanding and connection, two isolated souls finding solace in each other. Sorry to interrupt. The following scene is a little too passionate for YouTube. You can access every juicy detail over on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube 30 for 30% off this audiobook and many more. Thank you for listening to Lich's Desire.
If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine.
Chapter 17. Hannah. I gently awaken in Kazrith's arms, wondering if I'm still dreaming. The demon is still fast asleep, his chest rising and falling with every breath he draws. I trace the curves of his chest, running a finger along the outlines of muscle practically bursting from the skin. He's never looked more peaceful, his beautiful face tranquil and even smiling faintly. I wonder if he's dreaming of me, the very thought igniting a blissful feeling inside of me. The Zathex situation still looms in the background of my mind, but at least I was able to forget about that for a while last night. I don't wish to mull over the inevitable challenges lying ahead for us, as I relish the warmth and safety of Kazrith's grip. After a few minutes, I carefully sit up, being mindful not to disturb my host's rest. I turn and look out the window, watching the sun rise into the crimson skies of Ioth. If only the world were as peaceful as the morning quiet, I whisper. I peer down, smiling gleefully at our pile of clothes on the floor. I wonder if it'll ever happen again, but that's when I feel a heavy arm slink around my waist to pull me back in. I turn over, coming face to face with the demon who saved me from New Solace. His gaze remains as intense as it was last night. "Did you sleep well?" he asks with a hoarse morning voice. He smiles handsomely when I tell him I did. I'll take credit for that. "I had a wonderful time yesterday," I tell him after the laughter dies down. "At least now we can be truthful in telling the servants we sleep together." "Seems like I made the right call to linger in here then." "That you did," I say, resisting the urge to tease a later sexual encounter. "So, what's on today's agenda? Are you working?" "Yes, I thought you could join me today and get you out of the house for a bit." "I'm up for that. I've been eager for some fresh air." "You'll get plenty of that where we're headed. We'll be journeying to Merax, a small settlement right by the coastline." "A change of scenery sounds good from the inner city," I remark. "Indeed. It's known for its black sandy beaches. I think you'd like it. Come then, we'll get dressed and have some breakfast before we go." Nearly 2 hours later, I patiently sit on the carriage passenger seat, while Kazrith and his servants load the storage with his wares. After a few moments, he mounts the driver's seat beside me, the weight of his body rocking the cart side to side. "It's not far from here, so sit back and enjoy the ride," he says, whipping the reins. The carriage sets off as I relax, keeping my eyes on the distant horizon. The glimmer of the ocean is almost hypnotizing to watch, keeping my mind at ease while we traverse the country roads. Khazrith rests a hand on my inner thigh. I let it remain there. We're met with occasional passers-by, all of whom tilt their heads in wonder at the sight of me. Children point and tug at their parents' clothing, but they're just as shocked as their kids. Like I said before, a human and demon couple is far from common, especially now that we're outside of Shimos. "So I can expect nothing but attention on me?" I ask, nervous at the mere thought. "Yes, but don't worry. I'm here with you if anything is needed. Besides, more eyes on us means more customers for me." Khazrith smiles proudly to himself. "I bet that's why you really brought me out here," I joke, elbowing his side. "You got me," he replies easily, raising his palms in surrender. There's Merax up ahead. We've come to the peak of a hill, at the bottom of which lies the settlement of Merax. It's as small as Khazrith made it out to be, a mere fraction of Simos. As we enter the town, I realise every street is filled to the brim with shops selling just about everything I can think of. Khazrith points out stores trading animal furs, building materials, and foreign produce amongst others. I admire the beaches, the sand blacker than midnight when the water washes over its grains. The ocean aroma mixes with that of enticing food coming from the street market section of the town, exactly where we're headed. They sell some great food here. Everything is freshly caught and served the same day. As we venture deeper into the town, I wrap an arm around the arm of my fake husband. He turns towards me with a curious look. "Is there something wrong?" he asks. "No, I just want to embrace my role as your wife," I say with a smile. Behind my happy expression is that lingering sensation of anxiety. What if these residents gawking at me suddenly take issue with my presence? For the sake of Khazrith and me, I push those feelings aside. "Are you ready to set up?" he asks as the carriage comes to a halt. "Yeah. Say, Merax is a charming little town." "As are the people here, you'll see. Now then, let's get to work." I hope so. Under Khazrith's careful instruction, I aid in setting up his stall, lining the display with his various goods. I try to ignore the demons looking at me as they walk by. At one point, I turn over my shoulder to catch one staring right at me. But in his eyes, I find only curiosity without any hostility. Well, at least it's not instant disgust. I turn my attention back to the task at hand, following Khazrith's every whim. He certainly thinks like a businessman, positioning his most eye-catching goods at the front of his display. I can't help but admire him while he works, watching how his face contorts in concentration. "Do you set up the stall like this every time?" I ask. "Only when I'm away from my actual shop. It might seem like a lot, but I'm used to it. Hard work is ritualistic and rewarding to me." "Must be nice being your own boss." "There is another person I work with on occasion, but that's mostly when I'm in New Solace. Otherwise, I answer to no one but me." As soon as we're set up, the first customer of the day approaches. I practically cling to Khazrith's side, shrinking as a Volvath demon, somewhat similar in size and build to Khazrith, draws closer. "Morning, Khazrith." "How are things, Gilad?" "Very well. Is this your new business partner?" Gilad asks, turning to me. Unexpectedly, he smiles. "This is my wife, Hannah." Khazrith replies with pride, a smile playing on his lips. To my surprise, that small gesture warms me up and burns my skin like a flame. "Wife. Well, you're a lucky demon, Khazrith. You've finally brought back something worthwhile from all of your adventures. A pleasure to meet you, Hannah." I shake hands with the demon, thrown off guard by his immediate grace. "Likewise, Gilad." Another customer joins in on the conversation, as Kazrith explains the feigned story of our union. "You'll never guess where we met," he remarks. "Tell them, Hannah." The growing group of customers looks eagerly to me. "New Solace." "That Safan-run dump of a place?" one of them retorts. "I've never encountered one of them before. What are they like?" "A bunch of assholes." My response is met with thunderous laughter and resounding approval. I look at Kazrith, who gives me an approving nod. Soon, we're selling his goods at a decent pace. "I think word is getting around Merax of your presence," he tells me. "You're doing well." Finding reassurance in his words and my interactions, the nervousness slowly dissipates away. Finally, my tense shoulders start to relax. The morning stretches into the early afternoon. I sit behind the stall, turning towards the sea as I take a break. The wind blows in, its briny aroma pleasant, but its temperature cold. I shiver for a moment before Kazrith throws a blanket off my shoulders. "Here," he says, producing a small container of seafood with burgona. "It's from one of the vendors. They say hello." Holding his own meal, he sits beside me and pours us a cup of tea. "It's not half bad here," I say. Admittedly, I was a bit nervous coming here, but the townspeople are quite lovely. "Far better than the crowd you'd find in the city," Kazrith replies. "But look at you. You said you were feeling nervous, but you fought through it. There's that bravery I was talking about, the one that got you here in the first place." I blush and laugh, waving away his compliments. Well, it certainly helps that the demons here are 10 times better than any Zafan I've ever interacted with. "Us demons aren't so bad once you get to know us," he says, nudging my arm. "Life is a lot easier once you're in our good graces." I watch the sea, thinking of all the atrocities that the Zafans are likely acting out at this very moment. "This might sound weird," I say, turning to completely face Kazrith. "I've been here, like a few hours? And I already feel like I'm part of the community." He smiles and nods, laying a hand on mine. "I'm glad today is going smoothly for you." Later in the day, we take another break and stroll around the settlement. Kazrith shows me around the clothing stores, where the shopkeepers welcome me as if I'm one of their own. Kazrith was right. Humans aren't usually this coveted, but if they're mated to a demon, the others start to think that there's something special about them, something unique. "My word," a female vendor whispers. She carries the dark, sharp features of every other Volvath demon I've seen. "You have beautiful hair." I laugh and turn away in embarrassment as Kazrith lays his hand on the small of my back. "Indeed, she's stunning," he says, peering deeply into my eyes. I can tell he means it. This is no longer a contractual obligation between us. This is real. A beautiful wife like yours needs a cloak for when evening comes. Would you like to take a look? Kazrith encouragingly pushes me forward as the shopkeeper beckons us over. It goes the same way with the other shops we visit, where I'm offered discounts and free extras from the many vendors. They treat me nicely because I'm perceived as Kazrith's mate and wife. It's almost overwhelming to be treated with such a high level of respect. I feel seen and acknowledged. I pull my new cloak tight around my shoulders as we return to selling. I look at my host from the corner of my eye as the day continues. The longer my gaze lingers, the more I begin to realise that what Zathex did was a blessing in disguise.
Chapter 18. Kazrith. "Never seen anything with skin like yours," the Gilak demon drawls, standing brutishly over Hannah as he eyes the wares while I sift through the ledger. "You got real pretty eyes, too." I leer at the great hulking behemoth, watching him from afar. I know not to cause a scene, but I could eviscerate him right here in this crowded market if I wanted to. I'm sure a being like him would be unmourned. Behind him stands a gathering crowd, all gazing in fascination at my intimate business partner. I can tell what they all want, because I've seen them, obsessing and ruminating over the human slaves back in Sarzirok, I see them now, wasting space and time. Just let me know if I can help you find anything, Hannah says, deflecting the compliment politely. What are you looking for? The Gilak chuckles. I don't think you can give me what I'm looking for, he says. You're not built sturdy enough. My lips rear back, exposing my fangs. It's at least more subtle than previous attempts. One Gilak even explicitly propositioned her, knowing that her husband me was within ear's reach. I hesitate to think about the vulgarity he uttered. I kicked him out real fast, telling him we didn't value his business. But still, I fantasized about following him home and confronting him, cutting him into tiny pieces if need be. But I know that Hannah doesn't like that. And because she's a valuable business partner, I restrain myself when necessary. Well, we've got a wide variety of wares, Hannah says, gesturing to them. And I'm sure if you don't know what you're looking for, my husband can give you a hand. She gestures toward me and I visibly snarl. Oh, sorry, Kazrith, the Gilak replies. I didn't know this was your wife. I chuckle, letting the sarcasm ooze from my tone. Maybe we should both hang signs around our necks, I suggest. Would that help? He shakes his head. I don't have to take this. He growls, walking away. Hannah stares at me with a strange look. Though she's small and frail, there's something genuinely curious about the look. I can almost hear her thoughts. Why did you tell him that? She seems to say with her scowl. Because of your genuine pettiness, we lost out on another potential sale. The next customer in line walks up to the counter, a Sazgaroth demon with notably pointed ears and pale blue skin. He exudes snakishness, speaking with a pronounced lisp and slithering forward as though not moving on two legs. Thankfully, he doesn't seem quite as forward. At first. He looks with intrigue at all of our wares, picking up relics from their pedestals and weighing them, feeling over jewelry, fine weapons, and metals. This one has a smooth and shapely texture, he says, rubbing the glistening bloodstone on a pendant. Hannah chuckles and nods in agreement, discussing the artifact as though he were an old friend. As I peer over the ledger weighing balances, my mind runs wild. I imagine the two of them together, naked. I imagine that he's not massaging a ruby, but Hannah's chest. I imagine her moaning as he fondles her. Quite large and sturdy, aren't they? Out of the corner of my eye, I see my shadows slip forward, and I don't know that I want to recall them this time. She laughs at one of his jokes. It's not very good. I feel embarrassed for him. She's only flirting for business, I think, resisting the urges that would have my market destroyed. Don't take it personally. But my claim to her is illegitimate. Our marriage a sham. If she wanted to screw him, she would technically not be violating our agreement. I grit my teeth, watching as a shadow coalesces behind him. I could kill him right here if I wanted to, slashing into him with shadowy tentacle blades, or perhaps pulling him down into the ground. But then the gathering crowd might take issue with that, and I would undeniably cause a panic. I don't mind that you're married. I'm snapped back to reality as, holding the necklace and a bag of trinkets, the Sazgaroth states his intentions clearly. And I'm sure your husband doesn't mind a little competition either, he says, sending a wicked grin my way. The shadow begins to rise out of the ground. I'm going to kill him, letting my shadows drink his blood, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. I think you should leave, Hannah says, and don't bother coming back. A surge of relief overtakes me. Granted, I knew that Hannah was only playing coy, and that she had no real interest in him. I wonder why it bothers me so much. Why do these images torment me? Ah, but you see, you have my coin now, the demon says. So I think perhaps you should be a little kinder. A fire sparks in his hand, igniting in the face of the Volvath demon behind him. The Sazgaroth holds the glistening fireball in his palm, ready to throw it. Hannah's posture is unchanged, though the crowd behind the demon looks apprehensive, even terrified. He approaches Hannah, and she holds her ground. Now why don't you get down on your knees and show me your gratitude? The fire in his hand expands. If he lets it loose, there's a good chance it would just destroy our stall. and I'm consumed, ready to eviscerate him. I'm not even sure that it would be frowned upon. I'd probably be the hero to these customers. "There's a long line of customers behind you," Hannah says, not apprehensive for some reason. "Why don't you let the line move forward?" The Sazgoroth laughs. "Oh, good idea," he says. "Maybe then we can all take turns on you? Would your pathetic Volvoth husband like that? That's all the reason I need. Roaring and raising my claws, my horns expanding, I bring my shadows upward. Before he can process what's happening, my sharp tentacled shadows are slicing through the Sazgoroth, leaving him bleeding on the ground as I ravage his body. I expect hysteria in response. But as he's unable to collect his last few words, the line erupts in applause, his eyes going white. I step forward from behind the booth, attempting to keep the current running revenue in my head. I was on line 36 of page 5. The crowd goes silent. I look down at the mangled body in disgust. 20% discount for the next 10 minutes, I say, growling for the crowd. And a quick death to whoever propositions my wife again. The applause returns as the line of demons cycles forward, no longer attempting to flirt with Hannah. I leave the body in front of my stall as an example. Once the current rush of customers dies down, I'll clean it up. For now, I'll remind them what happens when they step out of line. 12 of your cheapest necklaces, a squat Zonath demon says. "Oh," Hannah prods, watching the demon feel the cold silver links. "What are you going to do with all of those?" "I'm enchanting them." His response is curt, his eyes wandering back to me as I laugh under my breath. I would never bother to kill a Zonath demon. Their living conditions are abhorrent, their opportunities bleak and few, and they could never pose a challenge to me. It wouldn't be a fair fight. Finally, I feel like I can focus on the ledger. I'm able to zip through it while the rush of customers dissipates. Eventually, we're left with an empty stall. The quiet is almost unnerving. But even while focusing, my mind turns back to the occasional stray, intrusive thought. She wanted to screw him, it chides me. If you didn't kill him then and there, she was going to succumb to him. Hannah walks back to me, holding a large bag of currency. It's a luxurious sum for our high-end business. "Pretty good turnout today," she says, looking down at the burlap bag. I look up from the ledger, my nostrils flaring. "So," I say, setting aside the documents, "about that customer earlier." Her eyes shift from side to side, regarding the mangled body still on the floor. "Well, it's not really like I had a choice, did I?" she asks. "I know my rank." "That's not what I'm asking." She raises her eyebrow in confusion. I can feel her heating up, but I'm not sure if she's more nervous or aroused. "You didn't have to stand your ground like that," I say. "He could have killed you." My eyes study her body, running from her delicious neckline to her noticeable cleavage. I'm so tempted to pin her to the counter and remind her why she's mine. But I still see the eyes of passers-by looking in, most focused on the body visibly apparent on the ground behind Hannah. I have nothing to prove to them, and they've done nothing to earn the spectacle. "So why did you stand your ground?" She smiles meekly. "I knew you'd take care of him for me, so I wasn't worried about it." She stares down at the dried blood, which will take some effort to clean up now. "And I didn't want to cause any trouble," she adds quietly. She bites her lip. I clean up the body in a hurry and we rush back home. These jealous thoughts still plague my mind, running uncontrolled through me. I imagine the crowd of demons having their way with her. I need to purge these thoughts. I carry her through my home, up to her bedroom door. I need to remind her why she's mine, and nobody else's. I pin her against her bedroom door, kissing her aggressively. She puts up no resistance. Then I lean into her, whispering and letting my long tongue encircle her earlobe. "I'm going to take you like none of those other demons could." I lean in deeper, breathing in and kissing her neck. "Do you want that? Do you want me inside you?" She nods innocently. I pull away from her, her eyes pleading for my touch.
Chapter 19. Hannah. Once again, our lovers are simply too passionate for YouTube to handle. You can access the full audiobook over on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30. I know you want to listen to everything here, but this code will give you 30% off all digital products. Thank you for listening to Lich's Desire.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 20. Kazrith. You can't tell her yet. I stare at her in wonder, watching as the red light from the window highlights her perfect form, accentuating every bead of sweat and emphasizing the blood that pools to her cheeks and her bosoms. She seems perfect in every way, built to endure every possible hit to her character, navigating beautifully through impossible tragedies. I question how I could ever doubt her beauty, doubt the very notion of this partnership. To survive as she has in this world, as a human no less. But I don't dare wake her. This could be the greatest moment of our lives together, the beginning of our end. I have to cherish what time I get with Hannah, because we might soon find ourselves separated. And then Hannah will be nothing more to me than a memory. And I don't know why that bothers me so much. She rolls over in her sleep, and I press down against the bed, bringing myself to my feet as I watch the dim light on the horizon. In the morning light, the barren trees just outside my manor window are coated in an unnatural glow. Hannah has often commented on their ugliness. I smile to myself at the thought. How did I end up here? Why does something so deeply based on a lie hurt so much? It was never supposed to be anything real. I was a convenience to her more than anything. She knew that. I knew that. Come back to bed. Damn. I turn around from where I look out the window to find her fully awake behind me, watching my back. Her eyes are half open, Hannah never having been an early riser. Go back to sleep, I tell her, rubbing off the command. It's too early for you to be up. She stares at me and then yawns. You're a hypocrite, she says, her mouth roaring mid-yawn. But it's morning, I say, and I've got a lot to do down at the shop. I'm just getting my day started. She shakes her head, possibly seeing through my lie. I hope she won't probe, asking for the information I'm keeping from her and myself. Yesterday at the shop, I learned something that should elate me, but doesn't. That's a load of bull, she replies. You don't need to do early mornings anymore. You've got me now. I chuckle, amused at how she insists on keeping up this ruse even while we're together. She has become incredibly helpful as a business partner, to say nothing of the sex. But it's all just a role she's playing, an act she's putting on. This can't go on for much longer. Hannah, we're alone. The servants aren't awake. You don't have to bother with that. At this, she brings herself up from bed, standing beside me. I can vaguely see her reflection in the window. You think I'm not being genuine? She asks. If you're that worried about it, we'll face it together. Fake marriage or not. I realize with a start that I want to knock her back down to the bed and take her, and I wonder whether they're my real feelings or something I manufactured for the ease and convenience of this marriage. It's so hard to know what's an act anymore. How much of this is a lie? What aren't you telling me? Hannah asks, scrunching up her nose. She reaches up to grab my face, turning it toward her own. I feel my eyes shifting away from hers, the temptation to lie reaching critical levels. But I'm not going to lie. I don't know why it bothers me so much, just admitting it to myself. Even though it will probably cause our separation, I have to tell her what I discovered. I have a spy on New Solace, I say. I've been keeping eyes on the city while we've been away, in anticipation of our mutual mission. Vrask, she replies, interrupting me before I can finish. Her eyes are still dim and unaware. I should be recounting the weather forecast to her or explaining my culture. I shake my head. Not Vrask, no. Somebody else. A trusted confidant. She studies me as though somehow distrustful of my words, but too tired and unmotivated to challenge me. Anyway, my source has pinpointed Zathex's exact location, I continue. For a while we were blind, but Zathex made a dumb mistake and it's going to cost him. I feel that this is where I should smile. After all, this is supposed to be good news. I can finally screw over the asshole that ruined me, and she can find her revenge for all the ways he abused her. And I'm happy for her. She's finally getting everything she asked for. Finally finding peace knowing that soon her would-be captor will be dead. So I smile, because I should be smiling for both of us. But somehow, it doesn't feel genuine. It's finally going to be over, Hannah, I say. We're going to put an end to that bastard. However you want to end it, he's within my grasp. And I allow myself to feel what I know I should be feeling at the moment. Now that we have him cornered, there's nowhere he can run. I'm determined to bring an end to him, solidifying once and for all the power of my words and the legitimacy of my work. I'm never going to have to deal with hardship like what he put me through ever again. I can still see his smug smile in my mind. I imagine driving a dagger through his face, ruining his perfect teeth and his jagged, cocky jaw. He's the only Xaphin who ever crossed me and got away with it, and soon he'll be dead. I bring myself out of my fantasy to discover a roused and overjoyed Hannah. I find myself somehow disappointed at her authentic elation. What? That's fantastic! Hannah's reaction is more immediate than I imagined. Once half asleep, her groggy mind urging her to return to bed, her eyes are wide awake now, brimming with excitement. How long have you known this? She asks. I just found out via Karasu, I lie. She shakes her head as though uncertain of the new reality thrust upon her. And you're certain that we'll be able to track him down? That you're not trusting old information? I nod, struggling to keep the smile on my face. We know where he's going to be when we're ready. And when we find him and kill him together, we won't have to pretend to be husband and wife anymore. I'm grinning, but inside the realization hits hard. Our entire reason for being together will soon be gone, and Hannah will no longer need me. You know, at first I had so many doubts, she says. You were a total stranger, forced to listen to me talk and ramble. I thought it was too good to be true. I move up to her, putting my finger up to her lips. We haven't caught him quite yet, I say. So why don't we save our celebrations for after he's dead? I embrace her tightly, gripping her slender form in my arms. As I bring her up to me, I smell her hair, feel the smoothness of her neck. But Kazrith, she says suddenly, I thought we had business to get to set up the shop? I rub my jaw into her ear, feeling her long, flowing hair against my skin. Oh, shut up, I say, chuckling slightly. Let's head back to bed for a bit. There's probably a world of errands I could be doing right now. I've got to analyze trends, looking at what my competitors are doing. I need to develop new things and discover new resources to sell. I need to figure out where to go next for the most valuable items. But my business will be here when Hannah leaves, never to return again. I'll be able to study the market and organize my shop front as soon as this marriage comes to its inescapable end. You're shaking, Hannah says, gripping my arm and stabilizing it. What's wrong with me? I pull away from Hannah, grinning to mask this pain. Then I chuckle. Just can't believe we're finally going to nail this asshole, I lie, imagining her face as she walks away from me forever, and we return to our separate worlds. She reaches in, breaching the distance. This time she wraps herself around me. He really screwed you over, didn't he? I look down at her, meeting her comforting gaze and reflecting it back. Well, it isn't anything like what he did to you, I say. But yeah, I'll be able to sleep a lot more soundly at night knowing Zathex isn't alive to mess with people anymore. Feeling her lean into me, her fragile body delicately perched against mine, I wonder if we would have ever crossed paths if it weren't for this vendetta. It wasn't that long ago that her kind was strange and baffling to me. I still remember walking the dark market, pondering to myself how any demon could find human women attractive. Then, by whimsy more than anything, life showed me the one exception to the rule, a human who was willing to fight the establishment's choking grasp around her neck. It inspired me, seeing my preconceptions unravel before my eyes. But it could have been anybody. You set the bar so low that you've started idealizing her. I nod, more to myself than anything. With all of my strength, I wrap my hands around her, letting time fly by. It could be the end of an era. After all, what do we have binding us together, other than this strange, coincidental alliance against a shared enemy? We'll get this asshole, I say, partly to myself. She nods, holding me tightly. I'd love to capture this moment forever, to claim this one isolated segment of time. I might not know what will hold us together after the death of our arrangement, but I know that Zathex is as good as dead, and I know I'm going to enjoy seeing her genuine happiness when he's gone forever.
Chapter 21. Hannah. Opening my eyes to the morning light, I catch sight of the red-hued skies outside my bedroom window. But Kazrith isn't at my side anymore, even though he certainly was last night. I woke up too late to see him go. Even though I try to fight against it, emptiness fills my chest and makes me wonder if I could have done anything to make him stay. I know that he has work obligations to figure out, but why can't he shove that all to the wayside for a day and spend more time with me? I sigh, pushing myself into a sitting position on the bed. This is Kazrith. He'll never prioritise me over his money. I've seen glimpses of what Kazrith can act like when he doesn't focus so much on his business. Despite his brusque nature and the callous way he can treat others, there are times when he can be sweet. Honestly, he's been treating me sweetly ever since we arrived here. From the food he has sent to my room to the flower bouquets that he makes his servants pick out for me. He's a demon who has probably never shown this type of emotion to anyone else before. The thought excites me, even if it really shouldn't. I pinch my nose bridge, somewhat disappointed by my own thoughts. You have to get back to your dad. You have to get revenge on that stupid Zathex. You can't get sidetracked right now. But then I remember Kazrith going out of his way to organise a dinner date for us. I remember the ways he snuck glances at me whenever he thought I wasn't looking. I remember how his hands touched my skin last night, igniting a fire in my soul that had long been extinguished. Sex with Kazrith is becoming a more frequent part of my routine. A deep sigh leaves my body. I don't know what's going on with me. After all, this is all going to end soon. Very soon, actually. Kazrith has a spy keeping an eye on Zathex back in New Solace. It's only a matter of time before we return. That should be everything I ever wanted. But it isn't. I want to be here with Kazrith beyond that. I want to wake up in this estate every day, gazing out upon the red sky and the exotic garden that adorns his home. I want to learn more about his culture and understand why he is the way he is. None of this should be happening, though. That's what breaks my heart the most. My mind knows what I have to do, but my heart refuses to listen. My stubborn heart wants to stay right here with Kazrith, even if he doesn't see me of any use anymore. You've fallen in love with him, Hannah. That can't be true, I whisper, closing my eyes tightly. I already feel the beginnings of a migraine settling in. That can't be true. How am I going to explain this to my father? That I ran away with a demon and fell in love with him while he was stuck in New Solace? That isn't fair, but for the first time in my life, I don't want to be fair. I want to do what I want. The knock on my bedroom door jolts me out of my thoughts. I pull the blankets up to cover my naked body completely before giving them permission to come in. I want to think it's Kazrith who is behind that door, but he doesn't need my permission to let himself in. He just comes and goes as he pleases. One of the servants, Hilka, sticks her head in and smiles. 2 horns extend out from her head, curling slightly near the top. She wears her hair in an intricate braid that extends down her back. And like the other Volvath demons here, she has pale skin that contrasts against the darkness of her hair and clothing. "Good morning," she greets. She's one of the nicer servants here. I never knew a demon could be this joyful. "How did you sleep?" "Fine," I reply, knowing full well that my dishevelled hair and bare shoulders leave nothing to the imagination. "I just woke up. Sorry about that." She clicks her tongue and shakes her head. "No need to apologise to me, but I'll have you know that Master Kazrith was quite pleased with himself when I saw him heading to his office this morning." The remark makes my skin burn. She sets down a small arrangement of flowers on the table opposite my bed. Then she lays down a few dresses on a nearby chair as well. My breath hitches in my throat. Kazrith didn't use me and forget about me after all. "All of this is a gift from Master Kazrith," she explains, clapping her hands together. "Would you like some help getting ready today? Master Kazrith has asked for your presence at breakfast today, so I assume you want to look your best for the occasion." "He said that?" Hilka nods. "I would never lie to you." Feeling as frazzled as I do right now, the extra help couldn't have come at a better time. "Yes, please. Could you hand me a robe from the bathroom?" "Certainly." Hilka retrieves my robe, and she turns away as I pull it on my body. When I'm done, she leads me towards a chair and sits me down gently. Then she starts threading her fingers through my hair, starting to work on a braid. "You know, I'm very glad that Master Kazrith decided to bring you here to us." I fold my hands on my lap. "Why's that?" "He's been treating us all a lot better ever since you came," she says. "Male demons don't really care about appearances, you know. They'll scream, threaten, and intimidate anyone who comes in their way. That's just how they are. And Master Kazrith has those shadows that give him extra arms sometimes." Then I hear Hilka let out a small sigh. "But with you, he acts differently. That isn't to say that he's being ingenuine whenever he's around you. Not at all. You humans are more delicate creatures than we are, and I think he understands that." My tongue trails across my teeth in thought. In the beginning, I figured that Kazrith was only acting the way he was as a part of our deal. We would pretend to be married for the public, but in private, we could do whatever we wanted, with or without each other. This is starting to make me think that what Kazrith and I have is real, much deeper than the original deal we made with each other. "You're from New Solace, correct?" she asks. "Yes, I am. I've lived there in the human settlement to the west of the city." "Amongst the Zaphans," she continues. Then she scoffs. "I've never liked them. Master Kazrith doesn't like them very much either, but he continues to go to New Solace because that's where he gets the best goods, and he has some friends there, believe it or not." I nod. "That's where we met." Even though I can't see her, I can hear the smile on her lips as she talks. "I've heard more and more demons taking up humans as mates. At first I couldn't believe it. We're so different after all." Then Hilka lets out a small laugh. She finishes the braid in my hair and rests it against my back. I can feel it between my shoulder blades. Reaching around, I run my fingers along the intricate designs she plaited. Master Kazrith always said that he didn't want to get married or have a mate at all. He said that he was too busy for such nonsense and didn't believe in love. I think you've made him eat his words. But don't tell him I said that." She laughs, covering her mouth. "He might get angry with me." I smile up at her, thankful for her kind presence. "Thank you for the braid, Hilka." "In the village I'm from, the more complex the braid, the more beautiful you are," she explains. She grabs the dresses from the chair and starts presenting them to me. Master Krith was going to sell these in his shop, but then he decided to gift them all to you. Despite everything, he chose me over his business, me over his money. And yet, this is all going to end soon. Why did my life start improving so much ever since I met Krith? Why am I the happiest I've ever been since I've been at the demon's side? Would you like to choose one? Hilka asks. Personally, I think the green one goes well with your skin tone, and it matches your eyes. Ah, humans are such fascinating creatures. I've never known anyone else with such green eyes before. Hilka spends the rest of her time with me, helping me choose a dress and sliding it onto my body. When we finish, she hurries me along to meet with Krith in the dining room, where a grand breakfast awaits. I appreciate her and her honesty about Krith, but at the same time, it's complicated my emotions over him even more. Because she just confirmed to me that he's being genuine. He has changed his ways for me, albeit slightly, and he's willing to put aside his business if it means making me happy. How am I supposed to walk away from him, knowing all of this? How am I supposed to go on with my life without him when I'd rather be by his side for the rest of my days? Our revenge plan should be at the forefront of my priorities, but the more time I spend with Krith, all of that falls away. He's become too important to me, and I don't know if I'm ready to give him up when everything is said and done.
Chapter 22. Krith. I pack only the bare essentials for the trip ahead to New Solace. Hannah appears in the doorway to my bedroom, leaning against its frame as she smiles. "Not bringing much with you?" she asks. "No," I respond. "The lighter the load, the quicker we can move around. Besides, I don't plan on staying in the Xaphen capital very long." An awkward silence ensues as she nods and peers to the ground, perhaps realizing she won't be returning here with me. "Are you ready to go?" She looks back up at me with melancholic eyes, the glimmer of happiness in them seemingly overshadowed by our pending end. I close the doors as Hannah walks out. She looks around in confusion. "No carriage?" she asks. "I thought we could walk to the docks. It's not too far from here, and some fresh air would do us good." She smiles and offers her hand for me to hold. "That's a good idea. I don't want to get there too quickly anyway." We walk at an ambling pace, laughing and chatting. I point out sights to her that she hasn't yet seen in her stay here. Every so often I remember this isn't a real relationship, that our union was for the sake of a cover for her living here. It only adds weight to the pit in my stomach, because this feels too damn real to me. I yell at carriages that ride too close to us and hold her hand extra tight when we traverse uneven ground. Actions that a protector like me would happily do for Hannah for the rest of my life. If only we had that life to spend together. In another world, we may have gotten to be together in the end. But this is Arasak. Fortune isn't a common part of everyone's lives. And even with all of my luxuries and material goods, there's no treasure I've had quite like Hannah. I'd give it all away if it meant a lifetime with you. The sight of the docks coming into view is a stark reminder of our mission, a renewed focus taking its place in my mind of what lies ahead of us. My head becomes a battleground of three thoughts: reuniting Hannah with her father, taking down Zathex, and losing the love of my life forever. My shadow powers tense up inside me, but I'm able to knock it off with a quick, deep breath. "That must be our ship," Hannah says, pointing to a passenger vessel anchored at the farthest dock. "Looks like it. We still have some time to kill before it departs, so let's find a place to gather our thoughts and go over the plan." At that moment, a bitter cold breeze blows in from the sea. Hannah recoils, grabbing her arms and rubbing her chest while shooting an angry look at the water. It's quite adorable. "Here," I say, throwing my cloak around her shoulders. "What about you?" she asks. "I'm not the one shivering, am I?" I chuckle, pulling her close by the waist. "Come on, let's go." The docks are alive with trade, boats of every size anchoring down or setting sail. We walk past fishermen hauling their fresh catches ashore and passenger vessels disembarking. Dock workers load and unload cargo, either carrying boxes into the warehouse or using them as seats for a smoke break. It's almost as busy as the city, but we manage to maneuver our way through the bustling docks and find a tavern close to our ship. There, we sit at a quiet table in the corner of the cozy inn. I purchase a meal for each of us. "Dig in," I say. "Thank you, Kazrith. So, you wanted to go over the plan?" I drink from my pint of ale. "Yes. We need to make sure it's perfect. My contact's intel has proven useful in determining Zathex's location. Take a look at this map." I check around the inn for prying eyes, then flatten out a map on the table. "This area here is where most Xaphans take up residence, and it's often patrolled by other Xaphans to keep out undesirables. These circles here indicate weak spots where patrols are more lax." Hannah pulled the map closer, her studious eyes running over its information. "Are you sure this intel's any good?" "It better be. It didn't come cheap. What do you think, anyway?" "It looks good. I just hope we can pull this off. Zathex deserves his end." "Of course he does, but if you have any doubts about the plan, we have a few days to revise it." "Will the journey take longer than last time?" "I believe it's making a few stops before eventually docking at New Solace. At least we'll have more time together." "Yeah, I'd like that," she says with a smile. "Are you nervous?" "Me? Nervous? I could never be. What about you?" She nods. "I just want my father and I to be able to live safely when this is all said and done." "Of course," I say, my eyes fixed on hers with determination. I wish it could be us living safely together in the end. I've been trained through the toughest trials and tribulations, yet I'm more terrified than ever for him, she remarks, looking distantly away. The thought of him alone hasn't stopped eating at me. In a way, I wish I could get back there sooner. No offense. My heart palpitates at her words. Though I don't show it, it hurts to hear her say them. The battleground in my mind intensifies. I need to distract myself. I do what I do best and reach a hand out to Hannah to comfort her. I'm sure he is fine. If he's anything like you, he's a strong man with good values, and if that's hard to believe, just look at how you turned out. She lays her hand on top of mine, the feel of her skin warm, soft, and enticingly inviting. I appreciate your ability to stay focused on the mission. I have mine and my father's well-being riding on this. Maybe that's why I'm letting my worries get the best of me. Far from the truth. I wonder what she would say if she could read my mind right now. No, don't talk negatively about the way you feel, I say. You have perfectly good reasons to be nervous. I too have your well-being at risk, but I promise you now, I'll do whatever it takes to get you back to your father. I don't doubt your abilities to see that through, she responds. She leans back in her chair and lets out an exhausted sigh. At least I had some time to rest and recuperate before heading back into the trenches. I watch as she resumes eating, knowing this is one of the last few times I'll have the privilege of sharing a meal with her. All things must come to an end. I just wish this wasn't one of them. It's as though the nearer the mission comes to the finishing line, the stronger my feelings for Hannah grow. I really thought I had it all before I met her, but I could not have been further from the truth. The worst part is knowing what I feel now will be nothing to when she's gone from my life. The hardest is yet to come, staring me down from the distance and watching with a smile as I loom ever closer. But if I can eliminate the threat of Zathex from her life, maybe, just maybe I can live, knowing she'll be safe from his tyranny. We board the boat, walking across the deck to peer over the side. I watch the water as it splashes against the coastline, mists of water hitting resting dock workers as they yelp in surprise. Hannah's laughter is sweet. I will never forget it. But what if the mission fails? What if the world is never graced by Hannah again? The mounting darkness inside of me is coming to a boil. My vision starts to blacken, fists clenching as my shadow powers surge. Their strength is becoming too much for the chains of my restraint to bear. Need a distraction. Zathex, I groan. Xaphen's ugly face flashes in my mind, seemingly enough to quell my increasingly turbulent shadow powers. I'm going to kill the bastard. Hey, Hannah interjects. Are you all right? You seem tense. Yes, I say, a half-truth, a half-lie. I'm just thinking back to how Zathex left me penniless. Maybe you should rest, Kazrith. You'll need your strength, so try relaxing while we're on the boat. Okay? She's right. I can't wear myself out while the journey has barely begun. But her advice is only a reminder of why I need her. What if I'm losing myself, and she's not around to help? How can I put myself to rest otherwise? If I can barely control myself now, what am I to do when she's gone? I draw a deep breath and look at her as her eyes fix on the sea. The boat rocks as it sets sail, and soon, we're off. Right now, my rage for Zathex is the only remedy I have for keeping the pain of losing Hannah at bay. My love for you, my obsession to keep you close to me, and my fear of being left alone might just overcome me when you're gone. The voices silence themselves when her beautiful eyes look at me. Shall we check out our quarters? She suggests. Yes, after you then. Sighing, I follow behind her as we enter our room. All the while, I'm hoping that Zathex's end will be enough to absorb all of this darkness inside of me. I need to let loose on him everything I've got. I don't want to think about the demon I'll become if I cannot fathom the loss of Hannah.
Chapter 23. Hannah. The journey to New Solace takes a few days, but the ship we're on is comfortable. We have our own quarters. Every time I look up, I find Kazrith's eyes upon me. The gentle sway of the ship, paired with the soft breeze, lulls me to sleep most nights. He never presses himself on me. Instead, he seems content to simply observe me while we sail. I'm sad that things seem to be coming to an end. I want to be with him. I want to make love to him. I want to show him that he does mean something to me despite these circumstances. The thought of losing him is harder than I imagined. There's an ache deep within me at the thought of life without him. Sorry for the interruption. Sadly, Kazrith and Hannah are too hot for YouTube to handle. Luckily, you can access the full, unabridged version of events over on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30 for 30% off this audiobook and many more. Now, back to the story. Kazrith collapses next to me on the bed, his chest heaving against mine. I'll never get tired of that. As he says it, it hits us both. This is probably the last time we'll be together like that. I bite my lip, fighting off the tears that threaten to spill. Neither will I.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 24. Kazrith. My sack of personal belongings clamps shut with an echoing finality. I hoist it over my shoulder, the action taking me a step closer to the end of my relationship with Hannah. It's almost all I can think of this morning, knowing I won't be returning to Ioth with her. How does a facade feel more real than anything else I've ever experienced? It's a question that'll haunt me forever. I know things won't be the same once Hannah and I go our separate ways. I wish she'd come with me, but I will not force her away from her desired reunion with her father. At the very least, we'll have put an end to Zathex when this is done. It's been a quiet morning with a few words exchanged between Hannah and me. I wonder if she feels the same way I do about leaving, or if she's just nervous about returning to New Solace. Probably both, I mutter, looking to the distant port of New Solace as it approaches. I swallow my pride, remembering the mission and why we originally came together. Hannah joins me, resting her arms beside mine on the railing. This place looks a lot uglier than I remember, she says. Seems to happen each time I return. Are you ready? Yeah, she says distantly. But before we go, Kazrith, I just want to say thank you. For everything. I don't know if I'd have found my way without your intervention, but you made the journey easier. I turn to her, smiling through the lingering sadness. I suppose I should thank you too for your company, your friendship, and those warm nights. She gently grasps my hand and squeezes it, but it seems neither of us wants to bring up the fact our partnership will soon be over. We should talk about the plan, I say, distracting myself from my feelings. My contact says Zathex is usually in the Xaphan territory at this time of day. Our first move should be to apprehend him and then— No, Hannah interjects, shaking her head. We can't go for Zathex, not until I've seen my father. We shouldn't wait to act on our information. Kazrith, I haven't seen my father in far too long, you know that. I need to know he's safe, she says with conviction. Trust me, we aren't letting Zathex get away with what he's done, but my father is my #1 priority. Relenting, I nod in agreement. Very well. We'll have to be careful here, though. It won't be as lax as it is in Ioth. We'll be walking beacons of attention. Maybe we should take a quieter route than through the main streets, Hannah suggests. The only thing is that it's morning, so everywhere's busy. No, it's a good idea. We can't dodge the eyes of humans, but I'd rather deal with them than Xaphans. A few minutes pass as the vessel docks at the port. One by one, the ship's passengers disembark. As we step closer to the exit, Hannah wraps a hand around my arm. The main roads ahead are far too crowded for us, swarmed with carriages and Zarans looking to head to the heart of the city. I look around for a quiet route, using my shadow powers to enhance my vision past the bustling roads. What do you mean you won't take us? Hannah's voice catches my attention. I'd been too focused to notice she broke away to a nearby carriage, where she is now arguing with the driver. I don't give rides to demon scum, he spits. You're lucky I have business to attend to, I call out to him. Grabbing Hannah's arm, I lead her away. Bastard, she hisses. Indeed, he is. But Hannah, don't approach anyone without me. We're better off making the journey on foot by ourselves. For all we know, Zathex has eyes on us right now. I just want to get back home as soon as possible. I know you're eager, but we have to tread carefully. Our grip on each other's hands is tight as I lead the way. Maneuvering through the crowd is easier than I thought with my massive frame, mostly due to others backing out of the way as I approach. Of course, with that comes their disapproving looks. Many of the humans still seem almost brainwashed by the Xaphan propaganda, despite the rough treatment the so-called heroes give them. Sad, really. We take a narrow side street eastward in the direction of the human settlements. Passers-by gawk at us, some of them whispering and pointing while others don't hesitate to scoff. I don't like all of this attention, Hannah says. Me neither, but there's nothing we can do about it. Our route takes us through one of the many market areas, but this one isn't as seedy as the main trading hub where the slave auction house resides. Those stall vendors usually call out to passing citizens with enticing offers and samples of their products. They go completely silent at the sight of us. I can't believe I used to live in this forsaken city. They're just behaving like this because I'm with you. Let's face it, I point out. I never realized the toxicity of New Solace until I got away from it. I only wish I saw the truth sooner. Then you probably wouldn't have met me, I observe, attempting to break through the tense atmosphere. But Hannah doesn't react. Her focus remains on getting to her family home. Her anxiety seems to worsen as we progress. For that, I cannot blame her. Not long now, I say once we leave the market district. The sooner I reunite her with her father, the sooner I can confront Zathex. Turning a corner, I look up ahead, spotting a Xaphan military convoy. Get down, I exclaim, throwing myself and Hannah into a nearby bush. What's going on? She says with a gasp. Be quiet. My shadow powers throw a dark shade over our form, blending us in with the nearby shrubbery as the convoy passes. My powers beg to be let loose on them. It feels like my own personal torment to keep them restrained. It would bring me so much satisfaction to tear those Xaphans apart, limb from limb. I gesture for Hannah to stay quiet, waiting until we're out of the Xaphen's line of sight. I retract my powers and rise to my feet, pulling Hannah up with me. "See that?" I ask. "We'd look too suspicious to them." "I don't like that they were coming from the human settlements," Hannah whispers, her voice unsteady and worried. "We'd better hurry." We continue our journey. Soon Hannah stops speaking altogether, and the only sound I can hear is her quickening breathing as we spot the human settlements up ahead. She starts jogging. Running alongside her, we enter the settlement, eyes darting around for any further signs of Xaphen activity. "The coast is clear. You lead the way from here," I say. "This way. It's just around the corner." She gestures when her home comes into view, indicating a small structure with a doorway I must stoop to enter through. Half-cut vegetables are scattered across the counter. Set on the table are places for two. "Must have been expecting you back. Hannah?" Hannah's wild gaze darts around in search of her father. She moves into another room, repeatedly calling for her father, each time growing more frantic and worried. "Dad, where are you?" I peer closer at the half-prepared meal, noticing the wilted state of the vegetables. They've been left here to rot for some time. That's when I realize what's going on. I'm half tempted to tell Hannah that he might just be outside, running errands. I can't bring myself to lie, but I also hesitate to tell her the reality, knowing it'll break her heart. "I'm sorry I ran away," her voice echoes between each room. "I can explain it all, please. Dad, where are you?" I think she already knows as she rejoins me, dropping to her knees. "He's not here," she whispers, a tear cascading down her cheek. I kneel to her level, dashing the tear away before it can fall to the floor. "Hannah," I say, "try to keep yourself together." Her head rears up, her reddened, tearful eyes now aiming anger at me. "How can I keep myself together when he's not here?" she hisses. "We don't know how long he's been gone." Her face falls into her open palms, her body twitching with each howl of pain. I lay a hand on her back. "The food hasn't been sitting for that long. He could still be alive." She sniffles and wipes her face. "Yeah, maybe. He had to have been taken, though. He's not the type to run away." My hand retracts, balling into a fist. "I think we know who's responsible for taking him." I growl, thinking of Zathex and his stupid grin. "Zathex," Hannah agrees. "He must have come for my father as retribution when I escaped. Asshole. My dad probably tried to cover for me too, and that only made things worse." "Come on," I say, rising to my feet and offering her a hand. "We won't get him back by sobbing here." She takes my hand, dusting herself off as she stands. "I'm sorry for yelling," she says. "Don't be, you're upset. You should save that energy for Zathex." "We need to get my father back." "Then let's go rescue him, but Hannah, listen to me." I grab her shoulders, looking at her in her beautiful eyes. "This is going to be harder than we thought. Killing a Xaphen in their territory is tough enough, but a rescue mission is almost suicide." She unexpectedly smiles, the sight of which seems out of place on her flushed face. "What was it you called me during dinner in your house? A strong ally?" I nod and chuckle. "Yes, but even the strongest can fail. Are you ready to get your father back and put Zathex 6 feet under?" She exhales as her fists tighten. "Let's do this."
Chapter 25. Hannah. What if we were too late? What if my father's already dead? Could this be a deliberate setup? A bait to lure us into certain peril? Stop. I need to keep my head straight if I'm going to do this. I must get my father back alive. I already lost my mother. I will not endure further grief with another death in the family. He's the only blood I have left. A tear cascades down my cheek. I watch it fall to the ground. The thought of spilling Zathex's blood is a violent fantasy I indulge in. He needs to suffer for what he's done. Advancing on me and attempting to sell me off was appalling enough, but to go after my father? He signed his own death warrant. Luckily for me, I have the perfect executioner to do the job. With Kazrith's assistance, We might just stand a chance in the face of our enemy. The anger and sadness within me are more than enough fuel for the journey to our destination. I ignore the looks of people passing us by. If I give them any mind, I might just lash out at them, but I'd be no better than a Zafan for that. Kazrith and I stop beside a spot with heavy foliage thanks to the trees and bushes heavily scattered throughout the region. He inconspicuously peeks around a half wall while I keep watch. There are fewer humans in this area, so we must be close. Just up ahead is the Zafan territory. Looks like the gate covers its perimeter. Inconvenient, but nothing undoable. I don't suppose they'd let us stroll right in through the front gate. Somehow, I don't think that's a possibility. Do you have the map memorized? He asks. Vulnerable entry points and everything? Yes. Very well. Looks like guards are patrolling and making their rounds, though I can't quite see a pattern just yet. They've got weapons. Wonderful. No spear or sword will stop me, I say. I move around to proceed. Kazrith's hand shoots out and pulls me back by the wrist. Take it easy, Hannah. You won't be saying that when they've lodged their damned blades into you. Seething, I pull my wrist back, rubbing the sore spot where his tight grip squeezed. My father could be taking his dying breath in there right now, and you're telling me to take it easy. Are you serious? Incredibly serious, Kazrith asserts, his voice firm and commanding. We must be smart about this, Hannah. Get a grip or you'll have us both killed for your recklessness. My lip quivers as I turn away, not wanting him to see me cry. I'm not trying to be an asshole, he says. No, you're right, I whisper. I'm just afraid. I don't want to be too late. You'll get him back, I promised you that many times. We just have to remain patient. I understand. I draw a deep breath to recollect myself, dashing a tear away. What's the move then? We'd best wait until nightfall. We'll use the cloak of darkness to our advantage. Though it takes every ounce of strength to refrain, I relent and wait for hours on end, surveying the territory from a distance. All the while, I try not to think of my father in chains, begging for his life, probably wondering where I am and why I don't rescue him. I hope he doesn't think I have betrayed him. Finally, night falls, bringing with it an ebony blanket of darkness over the sky. The air is crisp and chill, with barely a sound to be heard save for the occasional resident of the city. Even the wildlife have resigned to their nests for the night. Still, I wait a little while more for Kazrith's go-ahead as he performs recon on the patrol. Just when my patience runs out, he finally gives us the long-awaited cue. A guard passes this side of the perimeter every 5 minutes or so. The next should come soon. When he clears, we'll move in using the closest hole in the gates. I'm ready, I say, my body twitching with anticipation. Take this, he says, passing me a silver dagger wrapped in a leather sheath. Only use it if you need to. We're here only to kill one Zafan and rescue your father. Remember the mission. Just as Kazrith predicts, a guard passes the section we're nearest to. As soon as he's gone, we move. Our footsteps are as quiet as air on a windless day. We reach a hole in the gate. I fit through almost instantly, while Kazrith takes a minute to get inside. We're in, I say. I look around the elite residences, each home a mansion compared to the houses humans are provided. Gates, locks, they have the highest level of security. Many Zafans are nestled asleep in their beds, unaware that 2 savages are roaming their territory right now. Watch it, Kazrith hisses, pulling me back. Look, right there in front of you. I peer down, looking at the spike trap just inches away from my toes. Damn, I whisper. Your ankle was almost dinner. They've probably had intruders before, so watch out for traps. I sneer at the trap. It won't stop me, nothing will. I move around, sticking to the shadows as Kazrith moves a few meters ahead. I press myself against the wall beside him, waiting for his survey as he scans the area ahead. Watchtower up ahead with a spotlight. Get down. We duck behind the wall, our faces inches from each other. My heart is beating so quickly that I think I'll pass out. I know that if we're caught now, there's no escaping. The spotlight passes over our location. You stay put here, I'll take care of this. He disappears in the blink of an eye. I peek over the wall, watching his shadow form dart across the way and ascend the watchtower. From the top level comes a stifled yelp. Khazrith appears, beckoning me over. Show off, I quip upon rejoining him. He smiles and leads the way as we move deeper into the Zafan territory. As we move through the shadows and shrubbery, a murmur of voices comes into earshot. Shh, I whisper. I maneuver around Khazrith, taking the lead as I inch along the ground. I move as close as I can, holding my breath to listen to a set of guards right around the corner. So Zathex finally put a leash on that human of his? That's right. It's not like he was going to talk anyway. But why is he still being kept in Zathex's house? Why not move him to the holding area? Maybe he wants to lure the daughter back, but it's been so long now that he might just put the bastard out of his misery and toss him away. The thought of Zathex laying a hand on my father spikes every ounce of fight in me. I hear the guards bid each other farewell. One of them is coming our way. I'm not about to let him pass. When he comes into reach, I lash out and pull him to the ground, covering his mouth as I press the dagger against his throat. Khazrith looms over him on the opposite side, ensuring he doesn't try anything stupid. Where are the rest of the guards? I hiss. The Zafan's eyes are wide with fear, his pupils darting between Khazrith and me. I uncover his mouth ever so slightly. It's only me and 4 others, including the one you just saw. And Zathex, is he in his home? I see Khazrith's glare aimed at me now. Yes, yes. Khazrith shakes his head, his hands moving for the Zafan's neck. With a swift movement, the guard is lifeless. I thought you said no killing, I mutter. You mentioned Zathex by name. If we let the guard live, he'd have made the connection between you and your father. You are way too hasty. Grunting, I sheathe the blade. The demon hides the body and then returns to me. Follow my lead. Under his guidance, we avoid the remaining guards. We hold up outside a property up ahead. That's Zathex's place. I'll get us through the door. I stay a few meters behind Khazrith as he uses his shadow powers once more, morphing into a black void as he blasts through the front entrance. His abilities seem to mask the sound of the impact, keeping any patrols off our tail. I enter the house, casting an eye around for any sign of my father's whereabouts. I can't call out to him. It'd give me away. Hannah, Khazrith whispers. We'll split up. I'll go take out Zathex for good. You go search for your father. Stay with him until I return. I'd say good luck, but I don't think you need it. He turns to go, but I pull him back for a kiss of luck. He smiles and then ascends to the top floor. I begin my search, keeping my steps light as I check each and every room. I mindfully steady myself walking past vases and ornaments. I check every corner, not giving up as my heart beats heavily. Every failed look is another knife in the dark, a voice whispering my father is gone. But I know he's here, I just have to look harder. I throw a hand to my mouth, silencing a cry of terror at the thought of never finding him. My other hand grazes a bookshelf, landing on a heavy volume. I can't give up, not when I'm so close. I step away, my hand inadvertently pulling on the book. Then comes a mechanical whirring from behind the bookshelf, revealing a doorway. I blink and rub my eyes in disbelief, but it's really there. My father has to be on the other side. I only hope he's still alive.
Chapter 26. Khazrith. I ascend the wide staircase, each step taking me closer to my long-awaited vengeance. All I can think about are the many things Zathex has done to warrant him this fate. Images flash in my mind, of me without a nodal to my name, of Hannah chained up like a slave, of her father rotting wherever Zathex has imprisoned him. So many things this Xaphen has taken from others. His life is the only trade-off I'll accept. You should have killed me that day you took everything. My hands curl into fists, every vein, each artery protruding from my skin. My mind plays tricks on me, conjuring Hannah's muffled screams under Zathex's cruel mastery. This is the night I've been waiting for. I still remember the promise I made to myself when Zathex robbed me of all I had. Even when I was starving and frail, not once did I forget that promise, that if the opportunity presented itself, I had to exact my revenge on the Xaphen who did this to me. You truly have no idea what's coming, I growl, with a sick, hungry sneer forming across my face. Not just for what you've done to me, but to Hannah. The topmost step brings me to the second floor, 3 hallways breaking off left, right, and straight ahead. Each of them is lined with paintings, bookshelves, and vases, accompanied by sconces, though they are unlit. The moonlight just barely illuminates the path right ahead, leaving the left and right halls in complete darkness. But it won't be a problem, not with my shadow powers displaying the world ahead of me in crystal clear vision. I can be silent, prowling through the cloak of darkness as I draw closer to my prey, striking from the shadows like the demon I am. I check the hall to the left, nothing of note except for an armory and training room. The weapons here could put up a fight against me, the blades sharp to the tip and long-reaching. I'm more than sure Zathex is a proficient fighter. I'll make sure he can't get to these equalizers. As I leave the armory, I lock the door. Using my shadow powers to my advantage, I disintegrate the handle to prevent access, my abilities masking the sound of the breakage. I find more uninteresting rooms in the moonlit hallway except for one locked door. I use my powers to break the lock off, opening the threshold to what seems to be Zathex's office. Bookshelves press against each inch of the wall, not a single centimeter of space in between them. Each shelf is filled to the brim with his labeled documents. I run my eyes along each one, seeing the labels are filed under names, presumably his contacts and subjects. It doesn't take me long to find the file marked Hannah. What I find sickens me to my core. I already knew of his plans to sell her, but in her file I read a document of his writing, seemingly deciding upon a price he'd be happy with. I also find names of interested buyers, their letters dating back months. He must have been plotting to sell her for a while if he had a list of buyers ready. I can't believe the bastard thought this far ahead if he didn't get what he wanted. I rifle through some more of his files, finding out he's already sold off a few poor souls. To think he was about to inflict the same fate on Hannah on the day she met me. I toss the flames atop a burning candle, watching as they succumb to the flames. How can this Zaphan and his kind parade themselves to be the saviors of society, yet commit such atrocities without blinking an eye? I know Zathex can't be the only one doing this, but he's the Xaphen I've come for. I will rid New Solace of his filth. At least that'll be one less stain on society. I look down the final hallway, my eyes locked on the door straight ahead. With hearing amplified by my abilities, I pick up on soft, muffled breathing. There he is, the best for last. The closer I draw to Zathex's master bedroom, the quicker my heart beats. My vision becomes clearer than ever, the threshold in front of me lit as if in broad daylight. I smell his lingering death, the air rich with blood and rust. I can taste the blood in my mouth. Each of my senses is ablaze like they've never been before. The door opens gently. I step into the dark room, spotting the shape of a Xaphen asleep under the heavy blanket. I can't help but admire his sleeping quarters. The bastard certainly has taste, and the finances to fund them. Silk adorns everything in the room from the bed sheets to the curtains. A wide open space sits between the bed and where I stand. A magnificent closet looms in the corner, beside a doorway which I presume leads to an ensuite bathroom. I return my attention to Zathex. The perfect opportunity to end him has presented itself on a glittering platter. I could finish him once and for all without the need for a fight. But I hesitate to do so. It doesn't sit right with me that a scumbag like him should meet a quick and painless end. He must suffer in agony for everything he's done. Besides, I am no dishonorable demon. I will wake the bastard and give him a fair fight. Knock! Knock! I call out, banging obnoxiously on the wall. What the... Who's there? His tired voice calls out, layered with fear and confusion. I let him light up the bedside candle on his nightstand, his eyes widening with horror as they come to rest on me. Sleep well? I ask mockingly. I hope I didn't disturb you. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my home? You really don't recognize me, do you? Can't say I'm surprised. You've taken away so many things from so countless people. I step closer, bringing my face into the light. Realization dawns on the Zaphan, his jaw dropping as he sees the demon from his past has returned. You! He exclaims. I know you! I'm glad you do. It'll make killing you a whole lot more satisfying. He shoots up, pointing an accusatory finger. You'll do no such thing. Surrender now, and I will ensure you a painless trial. I can't help but laugh at his empty threat, watching his already hopeless eyes drain. Do you really think that's going to work on me? Get on your feet. Slowly but hesitantly, he rises, revealing his muscular frame. His wings spread out magnificently. I should have killed you where you stood that day, he growls. Not slaying me was your first mistake. Do you want to know your second? He bares his teeth. I'll tell you anyway. Do you remember Hannah? The anger on his face becomes replaced by a momentary shock. So, it was you who helped her escape my clutches that day? He exclaims. I should have known a demon was behind this. Actually, she got away from you on her own. It seems you trained her a bit too well. That was your second mistake. I only got her out of the city so that we could plot our revenge on you. I gesture behind me. She's waiting for me on the lower level as we speak. Demon bastard. I'll make you watch while I have my way with her. Bring it then. The Zaphan lunges forward, his muscular frame flying toward me. My shadow powers kick in instinctively, allowing me to sidestep and grab him mid-air. I slam him into the wall, leaving a Zaphan-shaped hole in its place. He unleashes a forceful kick to my gut, knocking the wind out of me. He gives me no time to recover. In the blink of an eye, he's on top of me and raining down blow after blow. Using my powers, I conjure a brief moment of immeasurable strength to throw him off of me. If I continue conjuring all this power, I'll pass out. I shake it off and kick him to the ground. I drag him to the closet while he's dizzy, positioning his head in the doorframe. I smash his head using the doors for a few hits before he kicks my legs, knocking me to the ground. We both fight to be on top, absorbing each other's hard blows. He hits me on the side of the head, taking the advantage to get on top. My blurred vision shows only a faded fist coming my way. I can't see clearly, but I have to fight back. I grab the wrist, pulling his arm down into the grip of mine. His other arm tries to dish out punches, but too far from anywhere that hurts. I yank his arm behind his back, breaking it instantly and pushing him off of me. I taste blood in my mouth again, but this time, it's real. I clamber to my feet, hearing Zathek scream as he squirms on the floor, clutching his broken arm. Standing over him, I bring down a heavy boot onto his neck, silencing the Zaphan and ending his life once and for all. His body lies limp, a threat no more to Hannah and her father. Justice has been served. I fall to my knees and close his lifeless eyes, thanking the bastard for a good fight. I hope you rot in the afterlife. My head whips around as I hear an exclamation from downstairs. Whether Hannah has found her father or is being rushed by guards, I do not know. I swallow the pain and get back on my feet, rushing back towards the staircase.
Chapter 27. Hannah. As I stare down the darkened passage, a chill crawls up my spine like the legs of 1,000 insects. My arms ignite with tremors. I quickly rub them to calm myself down. My father has to be down there. I just hope he's... I'm not ready to find a corpse, but I need to find him either way. Swallowing hard, I draw a deep breath and mentally prepare myself. I put my foot forward, feeling the chill of the cold, hard stone steps even through my sandals. A sconce unseen to me before suddenly lights up on the wall, then another, then another. It continues deep down the narrow passageway, illuminating a claustrophobic staircase ahead. Must be lit by some type of magic. I hesitantly proceed, the smell of mould growing heavy in the air. It's so pungent that I have no choice but to pinch my nostrils shut. My breath bounces off the walls given how tight it is here. Insects scurry along its surface, coming a bit too close to my face for my liking. Another door comes into view, aged with rust that's peeling off. I push down on the handle, meeting a resistant force that prompts me to shoulder through the threshold. Wiping rust off my hands, I step into a pitch-black space, unable to see a damn thing around me. Then more sconces light up, giving dim light to a vast, open space. It seems bigger than Zathex's house itself somehow. Strewn around are boxes and barrels, most of which are covered by a tarp. The glow of the flame faintly reflects off of the clouded surface of an ale keg. The faucet is clogged up by something dangerously foul. It's too big to be a regular basement, I mutter. And why would Zathex conceal it behind a secret door? There's something more to this place. He has to be hiding something here. I turn around, seeing the answer up ahead, a row of abandoned cells. I rush forward, startled by the sight of rotted skeletons in them, rodents scurrying away at my approach. Sick bastard, I whisper, disgusted by the sight. I've got to find my father. The row of cells extends beyond the corner, confusion hitting me when I come across further storage units and wine cellars. The place is a maze. I sink against the wall, trying to calm myself down as my breathing becomes erratic. What if I get lost here? I blurt. Glancing back the way I came, I can see the exit from here, but I must go deeper if I'm to find who I've come for. I could call out to my father and see if he responds. Maybe that'll make finding him easier. But I immediately pull my father's name back into my mouth, fearing he won't answer, that it might already be too late. I could be calling to a rotting, insect-ridden body. Stop, I tell myself, near hyperventilation. Pull it together. You need to find him and get him out, no matter what happens. Kazarith, the one demon who has kept me going throughout all of this, flashes in my mind. He has been my strength, my anchor, and my companion. It's him who is confronting Zathex, the enemy behind all of this madness. I will not let him down by cowering in fear. I'm so much stronger than that. I get to my feet with a renewed sense of determination, ready to find my father. My search eventually takes me to another row of cells, the air here especially thick with mould and feces. I desperately glance in all the cells, finding discarded clothing, more remains, and things I don't even know how to describe. Then, in the final cell, I spot a silhouette, on his knees with his wrists chained overhead to the wall. My heart stops as I step closer, a sconce on the wall igniting nearby to illuminate the figure. "Dad!" I cry out. He doesn't respond. Panic reaches its measly claws at me as I fumble to pick the lock on the cell, but I won't let it have me. When the lock clicks, I kick the cell door open. It bangs against the concrete wall, its ear-ringing clatter waking my father as he squirms in alarm. "Ah, no, please," he yells. "Dad, it's me!" I exclaim, grabbing his gaunt face. "It's me, Hannah!" The fear on his face slowly melts away, replaced with fervent shock as he blinks in disbelief. "Hannah? Is that you? It can't be." I pull his head close, resting it on my shoulder as he begins sobbing. I cry with him, my tears running down my face and landing on his unkempt hair. His howls are heartbreaking to listen to, a little piece of me withering away with each pained cry. "I never thought I'd see you again," he tells me in short bursts of breath. He tries to speak coherently, but fails as I squeeze him tighter. "You can cry. It's all right," I say through my own sobs. "I'm here, Dad. I'm not going anywhere." I can't help but notice how weak he feels in my arms. He has lost weight, a clear sign that Zathex was underfeeding him. From the looks of the food bowls on the floor, my father seemed to have been treated like a wild animal. He smells as though he has not washed in weeks, though I know it is not the fault of his own. Dirt stains his body, as well as dark, hardened spots of blood. Bruises sit along his arms and ribcage. I hear him wheeze in pain with every breath he draws. His prickly stubble rubs against the skin of my arms, irritating me, but I don't care. He is beaten up badly, but I'm glad he's alive. I undo the cuffs chaining his wrists to the wall with my dagger. He falls into my arms, his weakened body a far contrast from the strong gardener I'd come to know. "You came back for me," he says. "I can't believe it." "Dad, if you're mad at me for disappearing, I understand," I reply, my voice coated with shame. "How could I be mad at you? The thought of my dearest daughter was the only thing that's kept me alive this entire time." We nestle into each other's shoulders. "I'm sorry I took so long," I whisper, stroking his head. "Don't apologise," he said, pulling back. "But Hannah, what happened? Zathex came to me and said you abandoned training. I don't believe the arsehole, so tell me your side of the story." As I tell him the story, I clean the dirt from his body using whatever cloth I have on me. "He tried to coerce me into a relationship with him, and I said no. He took that personally and tried to have me enslaved and sold off, but I used my training to escape." "Clever girl," he says, smiling proudly. "But where did you escape to? New Solace is crawling with more of his kind." "Well, I ran away to Ioth." "Ioth?" "Yes, with a demon by the name of Krith." "You mean to say a demon helped you?" I leave no stone unturned in telling him the details of my time without him. He listens quietly, nodding along as I speak. "I know what you must think of me, Father. I trained long and hard for my wings, only to end up working with a demon to bring down my mentor. But you must understand he is one of the good ones. He kept me fed and sheltered, and vowed to rid the world of Zathex." "And what of this demon Krith now? Is he here with you?" "He's confronting Zathex as we speak," I say, glancing upward at the stone ceiling as I imagine a bloodbath battle between the Zafan and the demon. At the thought of him, my lips prevent any further word from leaving, my tongue curling inside my mouth as I shed another tear. "What is it?" my father asks. "Hannah, do you think I am angry at you for working with a demon? I assure you I'm not." Is coming home not what you wanted to do?" "No, I did want to come back, especially to see you, but—" My father lays a hand on my shoulder, smiling softly at me. "Speak to me, Hannah. Tell me what's on your mind, and I will listen, as I always have." I draw a deep breath. "The demon who rescued me. I've fallen for him, Dad. I know he is a demon, but hear me out," I say, wiping the tears from my face. "He's the reason why I'm here, why you're being rescued, and he's treated me better than any Zafan ever has." I continue throwing out my words as if in defense mode, but my dad simply chuckles and wraps his loving hands around mine, kissing them before they lower down. "Hannah, I just want to know if he truly makes you happy." "Yes, more than anything." He smiles, his next words coming out with love and understanding. "Well then, that is all I need to know. It never mattered to me who you ended up with. That choice was always yours to make. All that matters to me is your happiness, my dearest daughter." He wipes a thumb underneath my eye, catching a stray tear. "Do you really mean that?" I ask. My cheeks feel warm and wet from crying. "Of course I do, Hannah. All I want is for you to find joy and fulfillment, which we both know is difficult in this world. I'd love to meet this demon, this saviour of yours." I embrace my father, who laughs heartily, but I suddenly pull back. "What is it?" he asks. "Krith is fighting Zathex. I just hope he comes out the victor. I need to tell him how I feel." My heart holds on to the hope of a future with Kazrith, knowing now that if our mission comes to a complete success, we don't need to go our separate ways. Come on, Kazrith, win this fight.
Chapter 28. Kazrith. My hands are still shaking from the adrenaline rush of fighting Zathex. It is a strange feeling of exhaustion that slowly takes over as I come down from the thrill. I gave him everything I had, and now there's almost nothing left. But I must go on. Another cry rings out through the hallways downstairs, recognizable as Hannah's. I descend to the lower floor, looking around in desperation for any signs of her. What the? I spot an open doorway which seems to have been hidden behind a bookshelf. From the threshold comes a lingering chill, layered with the stench of mold and mildew. As I draw closer in caution, my skin feels the prick of the bitter cold temperature. The lit sconces illuminate a narrow stairwell, its width too small for my liking. She must have gone down here. I better get a move on. In the blink of an eye, I descend the stairwell without wasting time trying to squeeze through it, thanks to my shadow powers. What on Arasak? I peer around in shock and awe, finding myself in a basement far bigger than the house itself. There's nothing but junk all around me, littered with too many directions to take. The more I search, the more routes I find. What kind of labyrinth is this? Damn. Where could Hannah have gone? I don't know where to start with this damned maze. Her voice rings out again, luckily pointing me in the right direction. But then there comes another exclaim, one belonging to a man. It's too quick for me to analyze. There's no way of determining who it was. I hope that's her father. If it's a guard, it might already be too late. I'm coming, Hannah! Just hold on! As I run, the worst scenarios force their way to the front of my mind. Visions of guards standing over a bruised and beaten Hannah haunt me. Then I see her as a lifeless corpse. Could this all have been for nothing? Taking her to safety, plotting her father's rescue, and scheming Zathex's murder? No, stop thinking like that, I think to myself, my heart pounding in my chest as I traverse the basement. A cold sweat breaks out, and I feel sick to my stomach. It doesn't help that the stench in the air is borderline unbearable. My fears bubble in my throat. It hurts to swallow the possibility that I may just stumble upon my worst nightmare. The sight of rotting skeletons in their forgotten cells and bloodstains on the walls only amplifies my anxiety. Kazrith! She calls out again. I'm almost there! I yell, following the close proximity of her voice. It certainly doesn't sound like she's in danger, but I have to be sure. I turn a corner and meet with a dead end at the rear, and cells on each side of the wall leading to it. The final cell is where I spot Hannah, hunched over as if in pain. Hannah! She looks over her shoulder at me, then moves, revealing a frail figure resting in her arms. Upon first glance, I think it is a stray enemy she has bested, but as I draw closer, I see the stranger is a human. Then it clicks. It must be her father. He looks up at me with a strained face of agony. I glance between him and Hannah, tears streaming down both their faces. He smiles, though it's clear it hurts him to do so. She smiles at him, hands protectively coiled around his shoulders. They share a look of love with each other, perhaps now realizing everything will be all right now that I'm here. A rush of emotions hits me all at once. I'm elated to see her father alive, to see them have the grand reunion Hannah had been anticipating for the last while. But a tinge of sadness layers itself into the depths of my heart. I know this reunion means the complete success of our mission, spelling the end of my journey with Hannah. Remember the mission. I clear my throat, stepping forward as I offer a hand to her father. You were a hard man to find, it seems, I say. Hannah never went a day without speaking about you. I'm glad to see you alive and in one piece. You must be Kazrith, he says. Hannah must have told him all about me. My name is Thomas. I owe you a massive debt for looking after my daughter in my absence. Look after her? No, she's a strong woman. She can handle herself. I only lent assistance. Indeed, she's more than capable of being independent, he says, smiling at Hannah, who returns the gesture. I knew she'd be okay, but as a father I couldn't help but worry. Still, you have my gratitude for your help. I bow my head to show my respect. I needed her as much as she needed me. You raised a gifted fighter, Thomas, and a wonderful human being. Kazrith, are you all right? Hannah asks, running her hands over my wounds. Just a few bumps and bruises, it's nothing I can't deal with. And Zathex, is he? Yes, I say, taking her hand. None of us will have to worry about him anymore. However, I'm afraid we must be leaving. Dawn will soon break, and the Xaphans will discover the mess we've left behind. Best news I've heard all day, she says. But before we go, there's something I need to tell you. I know what it is, that we've reached the end of the road together. The moment of our separation has finally caught up to us. I couldn't be any less ready to face it. As I look into her eyes, my mind repeats everything we went through together. I think of how I first found her in my cart, how we sold our wares together in Merax, holding each other in bed and dining across from one another at the table. All of them are memories that I'll hold near and dear to me for the rest of my life. Memories that'll bring me a smile and a fresh puncture to the heart. She'll never know how I truly feel about her. But it's not like it matters anyway. She's back where she wanted to be. I swallow my pride and reach out my hand, resting it on her shoulder. She tilts her head in confusion, her studious eyes reading me. There's no need to talk anymore, Hannah, I say, my throat closing up. I know what it is you wish to tell me. I don't think I have the strength to hear it. I lean forward and kiss her on the cheek. As I pull back, my eyes linger on hers. I can only manage it for a moment before I rip my line of sight away. If I look at her any longer, I'll go insane. You must get back to the safety of your home. What? Kazrith, what's up with you? And why are you saying that? Don't you mean we? I'm not coming with you, Hannah, I say, glaring up at the ceiling with my back turned to her. Don't worry, I'll make sure the path is safe before I make myself scarce. But I don't understand. I must depart for Ioth immediately. If I remain here any longer, I fear there'll be more trouble than I'm already dealing with. You can't afford to be seen with me anymore. I take a step forward when she calls out again. Hannah, please don't make this any harder than this needs to be. I look to the end of the hallway, knowing that once I turn the corner, I'll never have the privilege of laying my eyes upon such a beautiful creature again. Only then will the pain of her absence begin its abysmal wrath on my soul, but it is one I will accept. Knowing she'll be happy with her father is more than enough consolation. If I linger in this wretched city any longer, I am only prolonging the inevitable. I best get this heartbreak over with, though it may never end. Closing my eyes, I hold back the last assault of tears. Goodbye, Hannah. You are the greatest person I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. You'll remain in my thoughts. I force myself to walk, each step resisted with the heavy weight of heartbreak. I know I'm ripping myself away from true happiness, but what choice do I have? I saw the mission through. It shouldn't be this hard to walk away. But I have to, even if I never intended on catching feelings for the human stowaway I found in my cart. Kazrith! She yells more passionately than ever before. I don't know how, but the force of her tone stops me dead in my tracks, unable to take another step. You're not going anywhere. At least not until you've heard what I have to say. I muster every ounce of strength within me to turn around, doing so slowly as I notice her approaching. In her eyes, I do not expect to find a glimmer of hope, but that is exactly what I see. What else could she possibly be hoping for right now? My heart feels as though it's about to burst from my chest.
Chapter 29. Hannah. I take his hands, his fingers wrapping around mine. I can tell it's breaking your heart to leave, Kazrith. It's breaking mine too. I can't bear to watch you go, not after all we have been through together. But the mission is over, Hannah. It is time for me to go. What more is there to do? His shield is clearly some type of mental front to protect himself, but it won't stop me from getting through to him. This, I say, pulling his lips to mine. I kiss him, feeling his hands pull my waist closer. Our lips part, but our foreheads stay touching. This isn't quite the place I had in mind to tell you how I really feel, I whisper. But I guess my life likes throwing surprises at me, like it did when you came my way. Hannah, his voice quietly says, smooth like silk. I feel the same way about you, but isn't returning home with your father what you wanted? I thought it was, but I really just needed to see him safe, to know we could both go on without Zathex hunting us down. Something changed your mind when you were with me, didn't it? Yes. I smile. I realised I belong with you, Kazrith. You made me see my real worth. My whole life I've fought, bled and cried for my wings, but never have I felt more alive than when I was with you. I raise my head, as does Kazrith. He lays his palm against my cheek, stroking my chin as I speak. That's not a life I want to leave behind. Sometimes I found myself wondering if you felt the same way. Kazrith smiles, his eyes gleaming with a love that fills my heart with joy. The longer we spent together, the harder it was to ignore how you made me feel, he says. I couldn't bear to think of the mission's end. So that makes the two of us, I joke. Oh, Hannah, he says, you're a wonderful woman, one I never thought I deserved. The truth is that I love you, more than anything else in my life. I bite my lip in excitement, my skin erupting in an electric feel of warmth that makes its way to my heart. I love you too, Kazrith. We throw ourselves into each other, an embrace that quells all the troubling thoughts I ever had about a future together. You saved me, I whisper. No, we saved each other. We both turn in amusement when my father clears his throat. I almost shrink in embarrassment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe we ought to be going if we're to avoid the Zaphans once morning comes. Yes, you're right. Hannah, take him, and I'll lead the way out of this forsaken place. I throw my father's arm around my shoulder. He winces with every couple of steps, but like the strong man I know him to be, he bites the pain, knowing the worst is far behind him now. We stay a few meters behind Kazrith as he guides us through the Zaphan territory, going back the same route he and I took. By the time we clear ourselves from their controlled grounds, the dawn has broken. The journey home is slower on behalf of my father's condition, but I don't care. I'm elated to have him back. The sight of our home in the distance is a sight for sore eyes. I almost thought we'd never come back here together after that fateful day when Zathex took me. I hope you rot in the afterlife, you sick son of a bitch. Home, sweet home, my father says as we enter. Lay me down on the bed. I'll stand guard, Kazrith says, taking a place by the window, just to watch for any Zaphans, but I don't expect any to come. I tend to my father's wounds. As I do so, he tells me the details of what Zathex did to him, details I wish I could soon forget. Damn! He blurts as I dab a cleaning solution on his cuts. Sorry, that really hurt. I wish I could say a Zaphan wouldn't do such things to humans, but I've seen many human trainees like me go through something similar. Some haven't lived to tell the tale. None of that matters now, my dear. I don't care if you got your wings, you showed your strength by surviving. I'm glad you're proud of me, I say, trying to hold back the tears. Your mother would be too. I know she's smiling right now, wherever she is. His words are enough to let the tears loose. My father hugs me as I cry. I feel like a child again in his arms. I see my mother's smiling face when I close my eyes. I'll just wrap your bandages, then you should be fine, I say, wiping under my eyes. The two of you will probably get going soon, right? Yes, unfortunately, Kazrith answers. Before you go, let me fix you both a meal. It's the least I can do. I look at Kazrith. I'd like to stay for that, if you don't mind. Of course not, he says. It'll give you a chance to say your goodbyes. I help my father cook one last time. During the whole meal, not once do I think I might not get to do this again for a long time. It's only when the meal concludes that it begins to hit me. Thank you for the food, Thomas. It was delicious, Kasrith says. Don't mention it. Hannah, are you all right? I don't know when I'm going to see you again. Kasrith lays a reassuring hand on the small of my back as my father nods. Me neither, but I want you to go with Kasrith. It's what your heart is telling you to do, isn't it? I look at my lover, meeting his gaze. I can tell from the way you two marvel at one another, my father quips. You both should go out into the world and seize that happiness you've found. Your father's right, Kasrith agrees. Are you ready to do this, Hannah? I nod, surer about this than anything else in my life. Yeah, I answer. It's time I start making my own desires a priority, and that starts by embarking on my next adventure with you. I pack a bag with my most treasured belongings. The sight of my now empty childhood bedroom is heart-wrenching, but I know the time has come for me to move on. I look at Kasrith standing at the door as he talks to my father. I think of the irony, how I trained so long for a pair of wings, only to bring a literal demon home. I approach, my chin held high as I ignore the feeling of nervousness in my stomach. Ready to go? My father asks. Yeah. I want you to take this. From his pocket, he pulls out a necklace, silver in colour. It belonged to your mother. I want you to have it. Father, turn around, he says. I don't think I can cry anymore, but the next onslaught of tears pours down my face as my father fastens the necklace around me. Kasrith beams down proudly. I turn around and embrace my father, probably for the last time in a long time. Will you be all right? I ask. Of course I will. Don't worry your pretty little head about me. I'll do my best to visit, though I don't know when, I whisper. It's quite all right, he says before turning to Kasrith. As for you, promise me you'll protect my daughter and love her as she deserves to be loved. I swear on my life, Kasrith remarks, his hand on his heart as he subtly bows. Well, this is it then. My father's tears start shedding when I walk out of the doorway. I look at him for as long as I can while walking backward, waving goodbye. I don't stop even as he grows smaller in the distance. And then he finally disappears. The weight off of my shoulders is gone. Kasrith takes my hand. Shall we? He asks with a smile. Yes, I say firmly. Together we make way for the docks, where the next chapter of our lives awaits us.
Chapter 30. Kasrith. Hannah and I begin our journey back to Ioth. The best part is that we no longer have to pretend we're a couple. We're free to be together now. It's a refreshing feeling and one that I didn't think I'd ever feel again. I'm grateful that she chose me. She chose me over everything. Instead of going back to her old home with her father, Hannah wanted to stay with me because she loves me. And that means something. All my life, Kasrith, I had to sacrifice what I wanted for the good of my family. All my true wants and desires were buried. But now I'm prioritizing my own happiness, and you are my happiness, Kasrith. I love you. The moment we're back on the boat that will take us to Ioth, I can't wait to get her alone. It feels like it's been ages since I've made love to her, and the very thought of it consumes me. I just want to be with her. As the boat sets sail, the salt breeze whips through the air, gently caressing Hannah's face. She grabs my hand, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sun slowly dips below the edge of the world, casting a warm golden glow over the tumultuous sea. I can't believe we made it, she whispers, still in disbelief at our newfound freedom. I smile down at her. My eyes dance with mischief. I lift her hand to my lips, brushing it with a feather-light kiss across her knuckles. "I know that we have a secluded cabin below deck," she murmurs coyly. She blushes, but I know her heart is pounding in anticipation of what's to come. "Want to?" I grin, my eyes alight with desire. "Lead the way, my lady." We practically run down the narrow stairs, our footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor. The crewmen we pass by give us knowing winks, but I don't care anymore. I have Hannah, and that's all that matters. Thank you for reading Lich's Desire. Unfortunately, the scene we've all been waiting for is a little too spicy for YouTube. You can access the full, unabridged version of this audiobook over on worldsofprotheka.com with discount code. YouTube 30 for 30% off all digital products. I never thought I'd find such joy in the company and love of a human. Life can be so strange sometimes, but I'm grateful that I've been given the chance to embark on this fascinating adventure.